my grandchildren told me I was too sick to attend my late wife's memorial dedication. I'm 76 years old, and my wife, Eleanor, passed away 5 years ago after a long battle with breast cancer. Eleanor was a dedicated high school English teacher for 38 years. She inspired thousands of students, many of whom went on to become teachers themselves because of her influence. She loved literature, loved teaching, and loved her students with a passion that defined her life almost as much as her family did. 2 years after Eleanor died, her former students and colleagues started organizing a memorial tribute. They wanted to dedicate the high school library in her name, create a scholarship fund, and install a commemorative plaque honoring her decades of service. The dedication ceremony was planned for last September, timed to coincide with what would have been Eleanor's 75th birthday. I was overjoyed when I first heard about the memorial dedication. Eleanor would have been so honored and touched that her students remembered her impact. I immediately told my daughter Margaret, 52, and my son David, 49, about the ceremony and said I'd be attending. This was important to me. I wanted to be there to represent Eleanor, to thank the people who'd organized this tribute, and to celebrate my late wife's legacy. That's when Margaret started expressing concerns about whether I should attend. She said the ceremony would be emotionally overwhelming for me, that seeing hundreds of Eleanor's former students might be too much to handle, and that maybe I should sit this one out and let the family represent me. I told Margaret I appreciated her concern, but I absolutely wanted to attend. This was about honoring Eleanor. I'd been to plenty of emotional events since Eleanor died and had managed my grief appropriately. I wasn't going to miss something this significant. David joined Margaret in trying to discourage me from attending. He said the ceremony would be long, probably several hours of speeches and presentations, and that, at my age, I might find it physically exhausting. He suggested I could watch a video recording afterward instead of attending in person. I told both of them I was perfectly capable of sitting through a ceremony honoring my late wife, and that watching a recording wasn't the same as being there. Over the next few months leading up to the dedication, Margaret and David continued trying to convince me not to attend. They'd call with new reasons why it would be difficult for me. The weather might be bad, parking would be challenging, there would be a lot of people and noise, I'd be standing for long periods. I brushed off every excuse. I was going to that ceremony no matter what they said. 3 weeks before the dedication, Margaret came to my house looking very serious. She said she needed to talk to me about my health. She'd been noticing things lately that concerned her. I seemed more forgetful, more easily confused, more fatigued than usual. She thought I should see my doctor for a checkup before the ceremony, just to make sure I was healthy enough to attend. I told her I felt fine, and had just had my annual physical 2 months ago. Everything had been normal. Margaret insisted that things had changed since then, that she and David had both noticed my decline, and that she was worried about me overdoing it at the ceremony. The week before the dedication, David called and said he'd spoken with my doctor, which immediately raised red flags. Why was my son calling my doctor without my permission? He said the doctor had concerns about my recent health and thought attending a long, emotional ceremony might be too stressful for me, given my current condition. I called my doctor's office immediately. The receptionist confirmed that David had called asking about my health, but my doctor had refused to discuss my medical information with him without my consent. David had lied about the doctor having concerns. When I confronted David about lying, he admitted he'd been exaggerating, but maintained that he and Margaret were genuinely worried about me. He said they thought the ceremony would be too much for me emotionally and physically, and they were trying to protect me from pushing myself too hard. I told him I was going to the ceremony, and that was final. The night before the dedication, Margaret showed up at my house around 9 p.m. looking upset. She said she'd just gotten a call from the event organizers. Due to space limitations, they were asking that family attendance be limited to children and grandchildren only, and they were requesting that elderly family members, specifically mentioning me, not attend because they couldn't accommodate everyone. I was devastated. I asked why the organizers would exclude me, Eleanor's husband, from her own memorial dedication. Margaret said they were trying to prioritize Eleanor's students and colleagues since it was primarily a school community event, and that having too many family members would take seats away from people who'd been directly impacted by Eleanor's teaching. It didn't make sense, but Margaret was insistent. She showed me an email supposedly from the ceremony organizers explaining the space limitations and family restrictions. The email looked official enough, and I was too upset to examine it closely. I told Margaret this was wrong, that I should be at my wife's dedication ceremony. Margaret said she felt terrible about it too, but that the organizers had made their decision and we had to respect it. She promised she and David and all the grandchildren would attend and would take photos and videos for me. Heartbroken, I stayed home the day of the ceremony. I spent the afternoon looking at photos of Eleanor, crying about missing this tribute to her, and feeling angry at the school for excluding me. Margaret called that evening to tell me about the ceremony. She said it had been beautiful, very emotional, and that hundreds of people had attended. She promised to send me photos and the video recording. 2 days later, I was at my barber shop getting a haircut when the barber asked me about the ceremony. He said he'd seen photos on Facebook, and it looked like a lovely tribute to Eleanor. I told him I'd unfortunately not been able to attend due to space limitations, but that my family had represented me. The barber looked confused. He pulled out his phone and showed me the Facebook photos he'd mentioned. They were posted by one of Eleanor's former students. Photos of the library dedication, the memorial plaque, the scholarship announcement. And there, in multiple photos, were Margaret, David, and all 6 of my grandchildren. They were smiling, posing in front of Eleanor's memorial plaque, giving speeches at a podium, accepting the scholarship award on behalf of Eleanor's family. The ceremony was held in the high school auditorium, a huge space that seats 800 people. In the photos, I could see rows and rows of empty seats. There had been no space limitation. There had been no restriction on family attendance. My children and grandchildren had lied to keep me away from my own wife's memorial dedication. I confronted Margaret with the Facebook photos immediately. I asked her to explain why there were empty seats at a ceremony she'd claimed was too crowded for me to attend. Why the email about space limitations had been fabricated. Why she and David had lied to keep me away from honoring Eleanor. Margaret broke down crying. She admitted there had never been space limitations or family restrictions. She and David had made up the story to convince me not to attend. The email from the event organizers had been fake. She'd created it herself to make her lie more believable. When I asked why, Margaret said the grandchildren had asked her to keep me away from the ceremony. They'd been worried I'd be embarrassing at such a public event. They thought I'd cry too much, talk too loudly about Eleanor, maybe even interrupt the formal presentations to share my own memories. I was stunned. My own grandchildren, Eleanor's grandchildren, had been so worried about being embarrassed by their grieving grandfather that they'd convinced their parents to exclude me from my late wife's memorial dedication through lies and fabricated emails. Margaret said she'd been reluctant at first, but the grandchildren had been insistent. My oldest grandson, Peter, 28, had said he was giving a speech honoring his grandmother and didn't want me making a scene and taking attention away from the students' tribute. My granddaughter, Sophie, 25, said she was worried I'd make the event about your grief instead of about Grandma's teaching legacy. David confirmed this when I called him. He said the grandchildren had approached him and Margaret months ago, before the lying about my health and the space limitations had started. They'd asked their parents to find a way to keep me away from the ceremony because they were uncomfortable with how emotional I might get. My youngest grandson, Luke, 22, had apparently been the most vocal. He'd said he was tired of me constantly talking about Grandma at family gatherings, and he didn't want me doing that at a public event where his friends and colleagues would be present. When I asked David why he'd agreed to lie to me instead of telling the grandchildren they were being cruel and selfish, he said he'd been trying to keep everyone happy and thought excluding me was the path of least resistance. I asked Margaret if she understood how devastating it was to be excluded from my own wife's memorial dedication, to sit at home grieving while my family attended an event specifically honoring her legacy. She said she'd felt terrible about it, but had been caught between you and the grandkids and had chosen to prioritize her children's, my grandchildren's, comfort. I told both of them that they'd made a choice that revealed exactly how much, or how little, they valued me and my grief. They'd chosen their adult children's desire to avoid potential embarrassment over their own father's right to honor his late wife publicly. Over the next week, I reached out to each of my 6 grandchildren individually to understand their role in this betrayal. 4 of them admitted they'd asked Margaret and David to keep me away from the ceremony. 2 claimed they'd had no idea I'd been deliberately excluded and were angry at their parents and siblings. Peter, who'd given a speech at the ceremony about Eleanor's influence on his life, told me bluntly that he'd been embarrassed by how much I talked about Eleanor at family events and hadn't wanted me monopolizing the dedication with my grief. When I pointed out that Eleanor was my wife of 51 years, and of course I talked about her frequently, he said, "Exactly. Everyone knows you miss Grandma. You don't have to keep reminding us." Sophie said she'd been worried that if I attended, I'd cry during the speeches, and people would focus on my emotional reaction instead of on Eleanor's accomplishments. She said she'd wanted the ceremony to be dignified, and my presence would have made it too personal. I told Sophie that a memorial dedication for someone's late wife is inherently personal, and that excluding the spouse to maintain some false sense of dignified detachment was cruel and absurd. Luke, the youngest, was the most honest. He said he'd been embarrassed to have his 76-year-old grandfather at an event where many of his professional contacts would be present. He works in education, and several of his colleagues had been Eleanor's former students. He hadn't wanted them to see his old, emotional grandfather and associate Luke with someone they might find pitiable. This hurt the most. The realization that my grandson was ashamed of me, of my age, of my grief, of my very existence as a widower who still deeply missed his late wife. It's been 4 months since the memorial dedication I was excluded from. I've had minimal contact with Margaret, David, and the 4 grandchildren who actively worked to keep me away. The 2 grandchildren who hadn't known about the exclusion have reached out multiple times to apologize for their siblings and express their anger about what happened. Margaret and David have both apologized, but their apologies ring hollow. Margaret said she regrets how things were handled, but still maintains she was in a difficult position between me and her children. David said he should have stood up to the grandkids, but that he'd been trying to avoid family conflict. I told them they'd avoided conflict with their children by creating a permanent breach with me, that I can't trust them anymore because they showed me they'll lie to me to make other people's lives easier. Peter, Sophie, and Luke have sent messages that barely qualify as apologies. Peter said he maybe overreacted about his concerns, but still thinks it was better that the ceremony stayed focused on students. Sophie said she's sorry I was hurt, but maintains that keeping me away prevented potential disruptions. Luke sent a brief text saying, "Sorry about the ceremony thing," with no acknowledgement of what he'd actually done or why it was wrong. Only my granddaughter Emma, 26, who hadn't known about the exclusion plan, has seemed genuinely remorseful. She said she's ashamed of her siblings and parents, and that if she'd known they were planning to exclude me, she would have told me immediately. She's offered to organize a private memorial service for Eleanor, where I'd be the honored guest, which is kind, but doesn't undo what happened. The ceremony organizers, the actual people who planned the dedication, reached out to me when they learned I'd been told I couldn't attend. They were horrified and confused, saying they'd never imposed any family restrictions and would have been honored to have Eleanor's husband present. They'd assumed I'd chosen not to attend for personal reasons. They've invited me to a private viewing of the memorial library and plaque, which I accepted. Seeing Eleanor's name on the library entrance, seeing the scholarship announcement with her photo, was bittersweet. I was proud and moved, but also deeply hurt that I'd experienced this alone, rather than as part of the original ceremony. Several of Eleanor's former students have reached out after learning what happened. Many said they'd wanted to meet me at the dedication, to tell me personally how much Eleanor had influenced their lives, to thank me for sharing her with them. They were shocked and angry that my own family had prevented that from happening. One former student, now a teacher herself, told me something that's been echoing in my mind. Mrs. Eleanor always said family was about showing up for each other. Your family failed to show up for you when it mattered most. She's right. My family didn't show up for me. They showed up for an event honoring Eleanor, while actively excluding the person who'd loved her most and longest. Some people have told me I should forgive my children and grandchildren, that they made a mistake but didn't mean to hurt me so deeply. But this wasn't a mistake. It was a calculated plan executed over months. They lied about my health, fabricated an email from event organizers, and deliberately kept me away from my late wife's memorial dedication because they were embarrassed by my grief. That's not a mistake. That's cruelty. I'm 76 years old. Eleanor has been gone for 5 years. I still miss her every day. I still talk about her frequently because she was my partner for 51 years, and her absence is a permanent part of my life. My grandchildren found my grief embarrassing and inconvenient. My children chose their comfort over my dignity. And all of them chose to exclude me from a public celebration of the woman I loved, rather than risk being associated with an emotional, elderly widower. I don't know if I'll ever fully forgive them. Right now, I'm focusing on my relationship with the 2 grandchildren who didn't betray me, and on maintaining connections with Eleanor's former students who've reached out. My family wanted me absent from Eleanor's memorial dedication. They got their wish. I wasn't there. But the cost was losing me from their lives in ways they didn't anticipate. Margaret calls regularly asking when I'll be ready to move past this. I told her that when she's ready to truly understand what she did, not just apologize for hurting me, but acknowledge that she prioritized her children's desire to avoid embarrassment over her own father's right to honor his late wife, then maybe we can talk. I'm not holding my breath. Eleanor would have been devastated by what our family did. She loved our children and grandchildren fiercely, but she also believed in integrity, in showing up for people, in choosing compassion over convenience. Our family failed those values, and they failed me. I attended Eleanor's memorial dedication eventually, 4 months late, in an empty library with just me and the organizers, but I was there. I saw her name honored. I read the scholarship announcement. I touched the memorial plaque with her photo and her favorite literary quote. I should have experienced that surrounded by hundreds of people who loved Eleanor and wanted to celebrate her legacy. Instead, I experienced it alone, because my family was ashamed of me. That's what I'm living with, and that's what they have to live with too. My family sabotaged my guide dog certification test right before he was placed with a blind veteran. I'm 70 years old, and for the past 5 years I've been a volunteer puppy raiser for Guide Dogs of America, an organization that trains service dogs for blind and visually impaired people. I raise puppies from 8 weeks old through 18 to 24 months, teaching them basic obedience, socialization, and the foundational skills they'll need for formal guide dog training. When they're ready, I return them to the organization for advanced training and eventual placement with someone who needs them. This work started after my husband, Warren, died 6 years ago from pancreatic cancer. Warren had been a veteran who'd worked extensively with service dog programs during his time in the military, and he'd always talked about how transformative guide dogs were for blind veterans. When I saw that Guide Dogs of America needed volunteer puppy raisers, I applied as a way to honor Warren's memory and contribute to something he'd cared about deeply. Raising guide dog puppies is intensive, structured work. These aren't pets, they're working dogs in training. I follow strict protocols, specific feeding schedules, daily training sessions, socialization outings to teach them to remain calm in various environments, exposure to different surfaces and obstacles they'll encounter as working guides. I attend weekly training classes, submit progress reports, and work closely with professional trainers to ensure each puppy develops the skills and temperament required for guide work. Over 5 years, I've raised 4 puppies who successfully completed guide dog training and were placed with blind individuals. Each placement has been bittersweet. I love these dogs deeply during the months I raise them, but the joy of knowing they're changing someone's life makes the goodbye worthwhile. I stay in touch with the recipients when possible, receiving updates about how the dogs I raised are serving their partners. My current puppy is Apollo, a golden retriever I've been raising for 23 months, the longest I've ever worked with a single dog. Apollo required extra time because he had some early anxiety issues that needed careful management before he was ready for formal guide dog training. I've worked intensively with him, addressing his anxieties through gradual exposure and positive reinforcement, and he's blossomed into an exceptionally calm, focused, intelligent dog who's now ready for advanced training. Apollo is scheduled to enter formal guide training next month, and he's already been matched with his future partner, James, a 32-year-old Marine Corps veteran who lost his vision from an IED blast in Afghanistan. James has been on the waiting list for a guide dog for 18 months, and the organization selected Apollo specifically for him based on temperament matching and James's active lifestyle. James needs a dog who can handle both urban environments and hiking trails, and Apollo's training and personality make him perfect. Before Apollo can enter formal training and be placed with James, he has to pass a final public access certification test, a comprehensive evaluation where he's tested in various real-world scenarios to ensure he has the temperament, obedience, and focus required for guide work. This test is scheduled for next week, and it's the final hurdle before Apollo moves on to specialized guide training. My children, Beverly, 48, Richard, 45, and Constance, 42, have always been critical of my guide dog work. Beverly thinks I'm too emotionally attached to the puppies, and that giving them up after months of bonding is unhealthy. Richard has said I spend too much time on dog training instead of visiting grandchildren. Constance has complained that I'm always unavailable for family events because of training schedules and socialization outings. I've explained repeatedly that guide dog raising requires commitment and structure. I can't skip training sessions or socialization work because someone's birthday party conflicts. The puppies I raise will eventually enable blind people to navigate the world independently, and that work takes priority over optional family gatherings. But my children remain resentful, particularly about Apollo. Because I've had him for 23 months instead of the typical 12 to 18, they've seen me bond with him more deeply than previous puppies. Beverly has said I'm in denial about having to give him up. Richard thinks I should just adopt him as a pet instead of putting myself through the pain of goodbye. Constance has suggested I'm torturing myself by doing this work repeatedly. Last week, I received a call from Sandra, the Guide Dogs of America program coordinator. She said she needed to discuss concerning information the organization had received about Apollo's training and my puppy-raising practices. I went to meet Sandra immediately, confused about what could be concerning. Apollo's training had been going exceptionally well. He'd passed all preliminary evaluations, and his trainers had praised his progress consistently. Sandra explained that the organization had received multiple calls from people identifying themselves as my adult children, claiming I'd been violating guide dog raising protocols in ways that would make Apollo unsuitable for placement. The callers alleged I'd been secretly training Apollo to be a pet instead of a service dog, that I'd been encouraging dependency behaviors that would interfere with his future guide work, and that I was planning to fail him at certification so I could keep him instead of releasing him to the program. These accusations were completely false, but they required investigation before Apollo could proceed to certification testing. Sandra said the allegations had been specific. The callers claimed I'd been allowing Apollo to sleep in my bed, strictly forbidden for guide dogs in training, that I'd been feeding him from the table, teaching begging behaviors incompatible with service work, that I'd been using him as an emotional support animal for my own needs rather than training him as a working dog, and that I'd been deliberately avoiding certain training exercises to keep him from developing the skills he'd need to pass certification. I was horrified. None of this was true. I'd followed every protocol meticulously. Apollo slept in a crate next to my bed, never in it. I'd never fed him from the table. I'd been training him for service work, not using him for my own emotional support. I'd completed every required training exercise and more. But Sandra said the organization had to investigate all allegations about protocol violations before a dog could be certified and placed. She said Apollo's certification test would be postponed until the investigation was complete, and I'd need to provide documentation proving I'd been following proper training protocols. This meant Apollo wouldn't be ready on schedule for James, the blind veteran who'd been waiting 18 months and who'd been expecting his guide dog next month. The delay would push his placement back by at least 2 months while the investigation proceeded and Apollo went through certification. I called Beverly immediately and confronted her about the calls. She admitted she and Richard had contacted Guide Dogs of America with concerns about my training practices. When I asked why she'd lied about protocol violations, Beverly said they hadn't exactly lied. They'd interpreted what they'd observed during visits to my house. She claimed she'd seen Apollo near my bed and assumed I was letting him sleep there. She'd seen me give Apollo treats and interpreted that as feeding from the table. She'd noticed how bonded Apollo and I were, and concluded I must be using him as an emotional support animal. I asked about the accusation that I was planning to fail him at certification. Beverly admitted she'd made that up based on how attached I seemed to Apollo and her assumption that I wouldn't actually be able to let him go. Richard confirmed he'd supported Beverly's calls to the organization. He said they'd been genuinely worried I was too attached to Apollo and would be devastated when forced to give him up for placement. They'd thought getting the certification delayed would give me more time to accept that Apollo was leaving, or might even result in Apollo being deemed unsuitable for guide work, so I could adopt him as a pet. Constance said she'd known about their plan and had encouraged it. She said she'd been watching me with Apollo and thought I was setting myself up for heartbreak by bonding so deeply with a dog I'd have to give away. She'd hoped that having him fail certification would save me from that pain. All 3 of my children had conspired to sabotage Apollo's certification because they'd decided I was too attached to him and would be better off if he failed and I could keep him as a pet. They'd completely misunderstood everything about guide dog raising. Yes, I bond with the puppies I raise. That's part of providing them with stable, loving care during their development. But the entire point is preparing them to serve blind people, and the joy of placement outweighs the pain of goodbye. Preventing Apollo from becoming a guide dog wouldn't save me from heartbreak. It would mean all my work with him had been wasted, and James would continue waiting for independence that Apollo could provide. I spent the next week gathering evidence of my proper training protocols. Detailed training logs I'd maintained throughout Apollo's time with me, photos and videos showing his crate sleeping area and proper feeding practices, testimonials from other puppy raisers who'd observed my work, statements from Guide Dogs of America trainers who'd been overseeing Apollo's progress. I submitted everything to Sandra. She reviewed it and confirmed I'd been following all protocols correctly. The investigation was closed, and Apollo's certification test was rescheduled, but 2 weeks later than originally planned, meaning James's placement would be delayed. Apollo passed his certification test brilliantly. He's now entering formal guide training and is on track to be placed with James in 3 months instead of the original timeline of next month. But my children's false allegations cost James an additional 2 months of waiting for independence and mobility. 2 more months of needing others to drive him places, of navigating unfamiliar environments with a cane, of lacking the freedom a guide dog would provide. I confronted Beverly, Richard, and Constance after Apollo's certification. All 3 maintained they'd been trying to help me by preventing what they saw as inevitable heartbreak when I had to give Apollo up. Beverly said she still thinks I'm too attached to the dogs I raise, and that guide dog work is emotionally damaging for me. Richard said he stands by his belief that I should adopt Apollo as a pet instead of putting myself through this repeatedly. Constance said, even though Apollo passed certification, she still thinks I'll be devastated when he's placed with James, and I should prepare for that grief. None of them understood, or wanted to understand, that guide dog raising isn't about avoiding the pain of goodbye. It's about the purpose of preparing dogs to serve blind people. It's about James being able to navigate the world independently with Apollo as his partner. It's about honoring Warren's memory by contributing to something he valued. The joy of knowing Apollo will change James's life completely outweighs any personal sadness I'll feel when I hand Apollo over to his formal training. That's the entire point of this work. But my children decided I was too emotionally fragile to handle that transition, so they tried to sabotage Apollo's certification through false allegations that delayed a blind veteran's access to independence. I told all 3 I want nothing to do with them. Beverly said I'm proving their point about being too attached to dogs if I'd cut off family over this. Richard said I'm choosing a dog over my own children. Constance said maybe Apollo failing certification would have been better for everyone since I'm clearly not handling this well. James, the veteran who will receive Apollo, sent me an email after learning about the delayed timeline. He was gracious about it, saying a few extra months wouldn't matter in the long run, but I could read the disappointment between the lines. 18 months of waiting for a guide dog, then being told your matched dog is ready, then learning the placement is delayed because someone filed false allegations about the puppy raiser. That's frustrating regardless of how understanding you try to be. Sandra at Guide Dogs of America said my record as a puppy raiser remains excellent, and they're grateful for my 5 years of service raising dogs who've all successfully been placed. But she also said the false allegations from my children had created extra work for the organization during an already busy period, and she'd appreciate if I could ensure my family wouldn't interfere with future puppies. I told her I'd cut off contact with the children who interfered so it wouldn't happen again. But the conversation made me realize how close I'd come to being removed from the puppy-raising program entirely. If my documentation hadn't been meticulous, if the investigation had found any actual protocol violations, I could have lost the ability to continue this work that's given my life meaning since Warren died. My children almost took that from me because they decided guide dog raising was too emotionally difficult for me and tried to force Apollo to fail certification so I could keep him as a pet. It's been 2 weeks since Apollo left for formal guide training. Yes, I miss him. Yes, saying goodbye was hard. But I'm also proud. Proud of the dog he's become. Proud of the work we did together. Proud that he'll soon give James independence and freedom. That pride is worth more than the sadness. My children will never understand that. Apollo's graduation from guide training is scheduled for 2 months from now, followed by placement with James. I'll attend the graduation ceremony, meet James in person, and watch Apollo begin his new life as a working guide dog. Beverly, Richard, and Constance won't be invited. They don't deserve to witness the culmination of work they tried to sabotage. Some people think I should forgive my children since they claim they were trying to protect me from heartbreak. But they weren't protecting me. They were trying to prevent me from doing meaningful work because they couldn't understand why I'd choose temporary pain for long-term purpose. I'm 70. Apollo is graduating to become a guide dog for a blind Marine veteran, and I'm continuing to raise guide dog puppies despite my children's attempts to sabotage my work. Beverly, Richard, and Constance are dealing with a mother who's cut them from her life for interfering with service that changes blind people's lives. James will get his guide dog in 3 months instead of 1 month because my children filed false allegations that delayed certification. That delay is on them. I've already applied for my next puppy, a Labrador Retriever I'll pick up next month to begin raising for 18 to 24 months before returning for guide training. The work continues. My children tried to stop it by sabotaging Apollo's certification. They failed. Every guide dog I raise is proof they can't stop me from doing this work. Every blind person who gains independence through a dog I've raised is evidence that this work matters more than my children's disapproval. Apollo will change James's life. That's what matters. Not my children's opinion that I'm too attached. Not their belief that guide dog work is emotionally damaging. Not their attempt to make Apollo fail certification so I could keep him as a pet. The work matters. The blind people who receive the dogs I raise matter. James's upcoming independence matters. That's what I'm living for. And my children aren't part of it anymore. Apollo graduates in 2 months. I'll be there watching the dog I raised for 23 months become a certified guide dog who'll serve a veteran who sacrificed his vision for our country. That's my revenge. Continuing to raise guide dogs despite my children's interference, proving that they can't stop me from doing work that changes lives. Every certification I attend is victory. Every placement is proof they failed to sabotage what matters. And I'm at peace with that. My family removed my paintings from the gallery exhibition I'd been working toward for 6 years. I'm 68 years old, and for the past 6 years I've been a painter. I'd never touched a paintbrush until I was 62, when my husband Raymond died suddenly from a stroke. We'd been married 40 years, and his death left me unmoored and purposeless. I'd been a homemaker our entire marriage, raising our 4 children while Raymond worked as an engineer. When he died, I suddenly had endless empty time and no idea how to fill it. A grief counselor suggested I try art therapy. I laughed at first. I'd never been creative, had no artistic background, couldn't even draw stick figures properly. But I was desperate for anything that might help process the overwhelming grief. So I signed up for a beginner painting class at the community center. That first class changed my life. Mixing colors, applying paint to canvas, creating something visual from nothing. It gave me a way to express emotions I couldn't put into words. I was terrible at first, producing muddy landscapes and clumsy still lifes that my instructor kindly called developing your personal style. But I kept practicing. 6 years later, I paint every single day. I've taken dozens of classes, studied techniques online, practiced relentlessly. I've progressed from basic acrylics to oils, from simple compositions to complex abstracts. I've developed a distinct style, expressionist landscapes with bold colors that my current instructor calls emotionally powerful. I've sold a few pieces at local art fairs, been featured in community shows, and built a modest portfolio. Painting isn't just a hobby, it's saved my life. The years after Raymond died could have destroyed me. Instead, I found purpose, community, and a form of expression that turned grief into something beautiful. My children, Bradley, 45, Stephanie, 42, Andrew, 39, and Natalie, 36, have always been dismissive of my painting. Bradley thinks I'm wasting time on art instead of spending more time with grandchildren. Stephanie has made comments about my paintings being dark and depressing with their intense colors. Andrew asked why I don't paint pretty flowers instead of weird abstract stuff. Natalie has said it's nice that I have a hobby, in a tone that makes clear she doesn't take it seriously. I've tried showing them my work, explaining my artistic vision, sharing my excitement about improving techniques. They smile politely and change the subject. 8 months ago, something extraordinary happened. I was juried into a group exhibition at the Riverside Contemporary Art Gallery, a prestigious regional gallery that features emerging and established artists. The jurors had seen my work at a community show and invited me to submit a portfolio. They selected 3 of my paintings for their upcoming exhibition titled New Voices in Contemporary Art. This was the validation I'd worked 6 years toward. The Riverside Gallery has launched careers of artists who've gone on to national recognition. Being included in their exhibition meant the art world was taking my work seriously, seeing me as an artist rather than an elderly hobbyist. The exhibition was scheduled for last month, a month-long show with an opening reception attended by collectors, critics, and art patrons. I'd have 3 paintings on display: After the Storm, a landscape expressing grief's aftermath; Reconstruction, an abstract about rebuilding life after loss; and Morning Light, representing hope and new beginnings. All 3 paintings represented my journey from devastating grief to renewed purpose. I told Bradley, Stephanie, Andrew, and Natalie about the gallery exhibition, excited to share this achievement. Bradley asked if the gallery was actually legitimate or just another community center show. Stephanie worried I'd be disappointed when my paintings didn't sell. Andrew said he hoped I wasn't getting my hopes up about becoming a professional artist at my age. Natalie asked if I'd considered that serious art people might criticize my work. None of them congratulated me or expressed pride. They seemed concerned I was setting myself up for disappointment. 2 weeks before the exhibition opening, I received a call from Marcus, the gallery director. He said there was an unusual situation he needed to discuss with me. I drove to the gallery immediately. Marcus showed me into his office looking uncomfortable. He said that 3 days ago, 2 people identifying themselves as my adult children had come to the gallery, spoken with staff, viewed my paintings, and then requested a private meeting with him. During that meeting, they'd claimed I was in early stages of dementia, that I'd been taken advantage of by art instructors charging fees for classes I didn't need, and that the paintings I'd submitted weren't entirely my own work. I'd supposedly had help from instructors that I wasn't acknowledging. They'd said they were concerned about me being in a public exhibition where I might be exposed as a fraud, or humiliated when people realize I don't actually understand art. They'd urged Marcus to remove my paintings from the exhibition for my own protection. Marcus said he'd been skeptical of these claims, but the visitors had been convincing. They'd provided specific details about my art education, named instructors, and expressed what seemed like genuine concern about their mother being exploited. I was stunned. I asked Marcus what he'd decided. He said he'd told my children he needed to speak with me directly before making any decisions about the exhibition. I explained that I had no dementia, that I'd created all 3 paintings entirely myself, without assistance beyond normal classroom instruction, and that my children had been dismissive of my art from the beginning, and apparently didn't want me exhibiting publicly. Marcus said he believed me and my paintings would remain in the exhibition, but he looked troubled. He asked if I could provide documentation proving the paintings were my own work, photos of the works in progress, statements from instructors confirming I'd created them independently. I said I could, but asked why he needed this when juried artists aren't typically required to prove their work is authentic. Marcus admitted that after my children's visit, he'd started questioning whether he'd been fooled, whether I actually had the skill level to create the work I'd submitted. Their claims had planted doubt. I spent the next week gathering evidence, progress photos of all 3 paintings showing various stages of completion, statements from my painting instructor confirming I'd created them without unusual assistance, even a time-lapse video I'd recorded of myself painting Morning Light from blank canvas to completion. I submitted everything to Marcus. He apologized profusely, said he should never have doubted me, and confirmed my paintings would definitely be in the exhibition. The opening reception was 3 days away. I'd invited friends from my painting classes, members of my art community, and had been preparing remarks about my work for attendees who might ask about my artistic journey. The morning of the opening reception, I went to the gallery early to see my paintings properly hung and lit. When I arrived, Marcus met me at the door looking devastated. He took me to where my 3 paintings should have been displayed. The walls were empty. My paintings were gone. Marcus explained what had happened. Yesterday afternoon, 2 people identifying themselves as my children had returned to the gallery while he was out of the office. They'd spoken to a junior staff member, saying they were there to collect their mother's paintings because I'd had a medical emergency and wouldn't be able to participate in the exhibition. The staff member, not knowing the situation's history, had helped them take my paintings down and carry them out to their car. By the time Marcus returned and learned what happened, my paintings were gone. Marcus said he'd tried calling me immediately, but had gotten no answer. I'd been teaching a painting class and had my phone on silent. He'd also called the police to report the theft, but since the people who took the paintings had identified themselves as family, and the staff member had willingly released them, it was unclear if this constituted theft or a family dispute. I called Bradley and Stephanie, the 2 I suspected had taken the paintings. Stephanie answered and immediately admitted it. She said she and Bradley had taken my paintings from the gallery to protect me from embarrassment. When I demanded they return them immediately, Stephanie said they couldn't. They'd already disposed of them because the paintings were evidence of how confused I've become, and they didn't want me clinging to false hopes about being an artist. My children had stolen my paintings from a gallery exhibition and destroyed them. I was hysterical. I asked Stephanie how she could destroy 6 years of my work, the paintings that were supposed to be in my first major exhibition. She said I could always paint more, and that removing me from the exhibition had been necessary to prevent me from being publicly criticized and humiliated by real artists. Bradley, when I reached him, confirmed he'd helped Stephanie take and destroy the paintings. He said the gallery exhibition had been getting out of hand, and I needed to accept that painting is a nice hobby, but not something I should be taking this seriously at my age. Andrew and Natalie denied involvement in the actual theft, but both admitted they'd known Bradley and Stephanie were planning to remove my paintings from the gallery. Andrew said he'd thought it was probably for the best to prevent me from making a fool of myself. Natalie said she'd been uncomfortable with the theft, but hadn't tried to stop it. The opening reception happened without me or my work. Marcus displayed placards where my paintings should have been, explaining that work by artist, my name, had been removed due to family interference, and apologizing to patrons who'd been expecting to see them. Several collectors who'd seen advance images of my paintings contacted Marcus asking if they were available for purchase. He had to explain they'd been destroyed by family members who disapproved of my participation in the exhibition. One collector, a woman who'd lost her own spouse and resonated with my painting, Reconstruction, offered to commission a replacement if I could recreate it. But I'd worked on that painting for 3 months, layering colors and textures that represented specific emotional stages of grief. I couldn't simply recreate it. Each painting is a moment in time, a specific expression of what I was feeling when I created it. I filed a police report for theft and destruction of property. The police said it was a family matter and unlikely to result in criminal charges since my children claimed they'd been acting in my best interest due to concerns about my mental health. I hired an attorney to pursue civil action against Bradley and Stephanie for theft, destruction of property, and interference with my professional opportunities. The attorney said I had a strong case, but warned that suing my own children would likely destroy our relationship permanently. I told him to proceed anyway. They'd already destroyed something irreplaceable. The relationship was over regardless. Marcus offered me a spot in the gallery's next group exhibition in 6 months. He said he was furious about what my children had done and wanted to help me recover from it. I accepted, but explained I'd need time to create new work. The 3 destroyed paintings had represented years of emotional processing and artistic development, Starting over felt overwhelming. It's been 4 weeks since my paintings were destroyed. I've been trying to paint again, but every time I stand in front of a blank canvas, I think about after the storm, reconstruction, and morning light, sitting in a dumpster somewhere because my children decided I was too old to be a serious artist. Bradley and Stephanie maintain they did nothing wrong. Bradley said the paintings weren't that good anyway, and I'm overreacting to losing amateur artwork. Stephanie said she's sorry I'm upset, but stands by her decision to remove me from an exhibition where I would have been out of my depth. Neither has offered to compensate me for the destroyed work. Neither has genuinely apologized. Both insist they were protecting me from inevitable criticism and rejection by the art world. Andrew and Natalie have tried to play mediators, suggesting I forgive and move on, since Bradley and Stephanie meant well. When I point out that destroying someone's art isn't meaning well, they say I'm being stubborn and choosing paintings over family. The paintings weren't just paintings. They were 6 years of processing Raymond's death, of finding purpose after devastating loss, of proving to myself I could create something meaningful. They were my voice, my story, my transformation from grief-paralyzed widow to functioning artist. My children literally threw that in the garbage because they were embarrassed by their 68-year-old mother being in a serious art exhibition. Some people think I should forgive Bradley and Stephanie since they claim they were protecting me from disappointment, but they weren't protecting me. They stole and destroyed my work because they couldn't accept that their elderly mother had become good enough at painting to be juried into a prestigious gallery. I'm 68. I'm an artist whose first major exhibition was sabotaged by her own children destroying her paintings, and I'm trying to create new work while processing this betrayal. Bradley and Stephanie are facing a lawsuit and permanent estrangement from me. The art community has been incredibly supportive. Fellow artists have shared stories of family members who didn't take their work seriously, galleries that faced similar interference. Marcus has been working to get press coverage about what happened, hoping to bring attention to ageism in art and family sabotage of elderly artists. But nothing brings back after the storm, reconstruction, and morning light. Those specific paintings, created during specific moments of my grief journey, are gone forever. I'm painting again, slowly. New work for the exhibition in 6 months, but it's not the same. The momentum was broken, the achievement was stolen, and the joy has been replaced with bitterness about my children's refusal to see me as anything more than an elderly hobbyist playing with paints. They destroyed my art because they were ashamed of me taking it seriously. And they destroyed our relationship in the process. I'll exhibit again. I'll create new work. I'll prove that what they destroyed wasn't the end of my artistic journey. But I'll do it without them. They made sure of that when they stole my paintings from a gallery and threw them away. That's what I'm left with. And that's what they have to live with too. The gallery walls that should have held my work were empty because my children decided I wasn't allowed to succeed as an artist at 68. I'm proving them wrong by continuing to paint. Every brushstroke is revenge. My family filed false abuse reports to remove the foster teen I'd been mentoring for 3 years. I'm 67 years old, a widower for 5 years, and for the past 3 years I've been a foster parent to a teenage boy named Marcus, now 16. Marcus came into the foster system at age 13 after his mother died from a drug overdose, and no other family could be found. He'd been bounced between 3 different foster homes in 2 years, each placement failing because Marcus had behavioral issues, trust problems, and difficulty connecting with foster families who already had multiple children or who weren't prepared for a traumatized teen. When I applied to become a foster parent at age 64, the social workers were skeptical. They said most people my age were fostering younger children or providing respite care, not taking on troubled teenagers as primary placements. But I'd been a high school teacher for 35 years before retiring. I understood adolescent behavior, and I wanted to help a kid who needed stability and patience more than anything else. Marcus and I were matched 3 years ago. The first 6 months were difficult. He tested boundaries constantly, refused to talk about his feelings, and seemed determined to prove I'd give up on him like everyone else had. But I didn't give up. I set clear expectations, followed through consistently, showed up for him every single day, and slowly, he began to trust that I wasn't going anywhere. Over 3 years, Marcus transformed. He went from failing grades to honor roll. He joined the track team and discovered he was a talented distance runner. He started talking about college, something he'd never imagined for himself before. He began calling me Pops instead of using my first name. Our relationship evolved from wary coexistence to genuine family. My biological children, Christine, 44, Donald, 41, and Amy, 38, had been lukewarm about my decision to foster Marcus from the beginning. Christine thought taking in a troubled teenager at my age was asking for problems. Donald questioned whether I could handle a teen with behavioral issues and trauma history. Amy worried that Marcus might take advantage of me or cause trouble in the family. I'd tried to reassure them that Marcus was a good kid who'd been dealt a terrible hand in life, that he just needed stability and someone who wouldn't give up on him. But my children remained skeptical and distant. They rarely visited when Marcus was around, didn't include him in family gatherings, and made it clear they saw him as my project rather than part of our family. Last month, Marcus qualified for the state track championship in the 3,200-meter race. This was huge for him. A kid who 3 years ago was failing out of school and getting into fights was now competing at the state level in athletics. I was incredibly proud, and Marcus was excited in a way I'd never seen before. The championship meet was scheduled for a Saturday in April at the State University Track Stadium, about 2 hours from our home. Marcus had been training for months, and I'd promised I'd be there cheering him on. This was one of the most important days of his young life, and I wasn't going to miss it. The Friday before the meet, Christine called and said she needed my help urgently. Her youngest daughter, my granddaughter Kelly, age 10, had come down with what seemed like the flu, and Christine needed to work on Saturday. She asked if I could babysit Kelly for the day since her husband was out of town on business. I told Christine I couldn't. Marcus had his state championship track meet, and I needed to be there. Christine said Kelly was really sick and needed her grandmother. Couldn't I skip one track meet to help family? I explained this wasn't just one track meet. It was the state championship, the culmination of Marcus's entire season, and I'd promised to be there. I suggested Christine take the day off work or find another babysitter. Christine got upset and said I was prioritizing a foster kid over my actual granddaughter. I told her that wasn't fair. I wasn't prioritizing one over the other, I just had a commitment to Marcus that I couldn't break. The call ended tensely. Saturday morning, Marcus and I drove to the stadium. He was nervous but excited, and we talked about race strategy during the drive. When we arrived and Marcus went to check in with his coach, I found a good spot in the stands to watch the race. Halfway through the preliminary heats, I received a call from a number I didn't recognize. I answered, and a woman identified herself as Ms. Rodriguez from Child Protective Services. She said they'd received concerning reports about my foster placement with Marcus and needed to speak with me immediately. I was confused and said I was at Marcus's track meet but could talk afterward. Ms. Rodriguez said this couldn't wait. I needed to come to the CPS office for an emergency interview regarding serious allegations of abuse and neglect. I asked what allegations. Ms. Rodriguez said she couldn't discuss details over the phone, but that the reports were serious enough to warrant immediate investigation. She said if I didn't come to the office within 2 hours, they'd have to remove Marcus from my care as a safety precaution. I was terrified. I told Ms. Rodriguez I was 2 hours away at a track meet and needed time to get there. She said she'd give me until 5 p.m., but if I didn't show up for the interview, Marcus would be placed in emergency foster care. I had to choose. stay for Marcus's race, or leave immediately to deal with whatever false allegations had been made. If I didn't go to CPS, they'd remove Marcus from my home. But if I left, I'd miss the race he'd worked so hard for. I found Marcus before his race and explained that something had come up with CPS, that I had to leave but would be back as soon as possible, and that I was so proud of him. Marcus's face fell. He said, "You're leaving? You promised you'd be here." I told him I didn't have a choice, that I'd explain everything later, and that he should run his best race. I left before Marcus's race even started, drove 2 hours back to the CPS office, and arrived at 4:45 p.m. for my emergency interview. Ms. Rodriguez sat me down and explained the allegations. Multiple reports had been filed claiming I was physically and emotionally abusing Marcus, withholding food as punishment, making him do excessive physical exercise as discipline, calling him degrading names, and isolating him from peers and potential support systems. The reports claimed Marcus was forced to run track against his will, that I used running as punishment by making him do extra miles when he misbehaved, that I controlled what he ate by putting him on restrictive diets, and that I prevented him from having friends over or participating in social activities outside of school and track. Every single allegation was false. Marcus loved track. It had been his choice to join the team, his choice to train for state championship. I'd never used exercise as punishment. I didn't control his diet. We ate healthy meals together, and Marcus had complete freedom to snack and eat what he wanted. He had friends who came over regularly and participated in normal teenage social activities. I told Ms. Rodriguez all of this and asked who had filed the reports. She said the allegations had come from concerned family members who'd witnessed my treatment of Marcus during family gatherings and had been documenting concerning behaviors for months. Family members. My children had filed false abuse allegations against me. Ms. Rodriguez said she'd need to interview Marcus, inspect our home, review school records, and speak with Marcus's teachers and track coach before making a determination. In the meantime, Marcus would be allowed to remain in my care, but we'd be under active investigation. I drove home devastated, arriving around 8 p.m. Marcus was already back. His coach had driven him home after the meet. When I walked in, Marcus wouldn't look at me. I asked how his race went. He said, "I got 3rd place and qualified for nationals. You weren't there." I tried to explain about CPS and the false allegations, but Marcus cut me off. He said, "You promised. You said you'd be there and you left, just like everyone else." I'd broken my promise to be at his biggest race because my own children had filed false abuse reports that required immediate response, or Marcus would have been removed from my home anyway. Over the next week, CPS conducted their investigation. They interviewed Marcus at school, inspected our home, spoke with his teachers, who all said Marcus was thriving, talked to his track coach, who said Marcus loved running and I was incredibly supportive, and reviewed Marcus's medical and academic records, which showed steady improvement since being placed with me. Ms. Rodriguez called me after completing the investigation. She said all allegations were unfounded. There was no evidence of abuse, neglect, or inappropriate treatment. Marcus had told the investigator that I'd never abused him, that running was his passion, not punishment, and that our home was the first place he'd ever felt safe and wanted. She said the case was being closed with no findings against me. But she also said something that made my blood boil. The family members who filed these reports provided very specific details about punishment and control. We have to take all reports seriously, but this appears to have been filed maliciously to disrupt your foster placement. I called Christine immediately and asked if she'd filed the abuse reports. She admitted she had. When I asked why, she said I'd chosen Marcus over Kelly when Kelly was sick, and she'd been concerned about my obsession with Marcus's track achievements. She said filing the CPS report had been her way of making sure Marcus was actually okay, since I seemed overly invested in his success. I asked about the specific allegations, the food withholding, the forced running, the isolation. Christine said she'd interpreted what she'd seen at family gatherings. She'd noticed Marcus ate healthy meals and assumed I was controlling his diet. She'd heard me encourage him to go on training runs and assumed I was forcing him to exercise. She'd observed that Marcus didn't talk much at family events and assumed I was isolating him. She'd taken normal, healthy parenting and twisted it into abuse allegations to punish me for missing Kelly's babysitting request. Donald and Amy admitted they'd also filed reports supporting Christine's allegations. Donald said they'd been worried about me getting too attached to a foster kid who wasn't really family. Amy said she thought the CPS investigation would make me reconsider whether fostering a teenager was appropriate at my age. All three of my children had conspired to file false abuse allegations that could have resulted in Marcus being removed from the only stable home he'd ever known. All because I'd prioritized his state championship over babysitting a sick grandchild. The damage to my relationship with Marcus was severe. He'd qualified for nationals based on his third-place state finish, but he refused to discuss it with me. He said I'd broken the most important promise I'd ever made to him, and he didn't know if he could trust me anymore. I explained that I'd had to leave to protect our placement, that if I hadn't gone to CPS immediately, they would have removed him from my home. Marcus said, "But you chose to leave before my race even started. You could have stayed for the race and then gone to CPS. You chose them over me." He was right. I could have stayed for his 3,200-meter race, about 10 minutes, and then driven to CPS. I would have been slightly late, but I could have watched him compete. Instead, I'd panicked and left immediately, prioritizing the CPS interview over keeping my promise. My fear of losing Marcus had caused me to break my promise to him, which had damaged his trust in ways that might be irreparable. Marcus and I have been in family therapy trying to repair our relationship. His therapist says he'd been abandoned by every important adult in his life before me, and my leaving before his race had triggered all those abandonment wounds. Even though I'd left to try to protect our placement, Marcus experienced it as another adult choosing something else over him. The Nationals meet is next month. Marcus is training, but he won't talk to me about it. When I ask about his preparation, he gives one-word answers. When I say I'll be there to watch, he shrugs and says, "If you want." I've told Christine, Donald, and Amy that I want no contact with them until they can acknowledge the full impact of what they did. Christine says I'm holding a grudge over her expressing concern about Marcus's welfare. Donald says the CPS investigation proved Marcus was fine, so what's the problem? Amy says I'm choosing a foster kid over my real children, and she won't apologize for trying to protect me. None of them understand that their false abuse allegations didn't just trigger an investigation. They forced me to make an impossible choice that broke Marcus's trust in the one stable adult relationship he'd ever had. The CPS case is closed. Marcus is still in my care, but our relationship is damaged in ways I'm not sure can be fully repaired. And my relationship with my biological children is over. Some people think I should forgive Christine, Donald, and Amy because they meant well by ensuring Marcus wasn't being abused. But they didn't file those reports out of genuine concern. They filed them to punish me for prioritizing Marcus's track meet over babysitting, and to try to convince me that fostering a teenager was too much trouble. I'm 67. I've been a foster parent to Marcus for 3 years, and I'm watching him prepare for nationals without the trust and excitement we used to share. My biological children filed false abuse allegations that forced me to break the most important promise I'd ever made to my foster son. They succeeded in damaging my relationship with Marcus. They failed to get him removed from my care, and they lost their relationship with me entirely. Marcus goes to nationals in 3 weeks. I'll be there in the stands, whether he wants me there or not. And I'll keep showing up for him every day after that, trying to rebuild the trust my own children's malicious false reports caused me to break. That's all I can do now. Show up. Keep my promises from here forward, and hope that eventually Marcus will believe again that I'm not going anywhere. My children tried to destroy that. They almost succeeded. But I'm not giving up on Marcus, even though he may have given up on trusting me. That's what happens when family weaponizes child protection systems to punish you for your priorities. They damage everyone involved except themselves. And I'll never forgive them for what they took from us. My family deleted the Holocaust survivor testimonies I'd spent 7 years recording. I'm 72 years old, and for the past 7 years, I've been volunteering with the Holocaust Testimony Archive, a project affiliated with our State Historical Museum. I record video interviews with Holocaust survivors, documenting their experiences before this generation is completely gone. It's deeply meaningful work, preserving first-hand accounts of one of history's darkest chapters so future generations can learn from those who lived through it. I started this work after my husband, Irving, died 7 years ago. Irving's parents had been Holocaust survivors who'd immigrated to America after liberation from Auschwitz. They died before I met Irving, but he'd grown up hearing their stories and had always wished someone had recorded their testimonies before they passed. When I saw a notice that the museum was seeking volunteers to interview remaining survivors, I felt called to do the work Irving's parents never got to participate in. The training was extensive. I learned interview techniques, trauma-informed questioning, historical context, and video recording technology. I was paired with survivors who'd agreed to share their stories, and I spent months building trust with each person before recording their testimony. These weren't quick interviews. Each survivor's complete testimony took 8 to 12 hours of recording, spread across multiple sessions, allowing them to share at their own pace. Over 7 years, I've recorded testimonies from 23 Holocaust survivors, totaling over 200 hours of video. Each testimony is a complete life story: childhood before the war, the rise of Nazi persecution, survival in camps or hiding, liberation, immigration to America, and rebuilding life after unimaginable trauma. These testimonies are historically invaluable and personally sacred to the survivors who trusted me with their stories. My most recent project has been interviewing Ruth Hoffman, a 94-year-old Auschwitz survivor who'd never spoken publicly about her experiences until I approached her 2 years ago. Ruth survived the Death March, lost her entire family in the camps, and spent decades unable to talk about what she'd witnessed. Our relationship developed slowly, months of tea visits before she agreed to record, then gradual sessions where she shared pieces of her story as she felt able. Ruth's complete testimony took 18 months to record and is one of the most powerful I've documented. She described specific people, places, and events with clarity that brought history to life in ways textbooks never could. Her testimony was scheduled to be the centerpiece of the museum's new Holocaust Education Center opening this month, a state-of-the-art facility with video testimony viewing stations where students and visitors can hear directly from survivors. My children, Lawrence, 49, Judith, 46, and Samuel, 43, have always been uncomfortable with my Holocaust testimony work. Lawrence thinks recording survivors' trauma is depressing and unhealthy for me to be surrounded by such darkness. Judith has worried that hearing horrific stories repeatedly is damaging my mental health. Samuel has said he's concerned I'm dwelling on tragedy instead of focusing on positive things in my retirement. I've tried explaining that documenting Holocaust testimony is crucial historical work, that survivors want their stories preserved, and that bearing witness to their experiences is a privilege and responsibility. But my children remain convinced this work is psychologically harmful to me. 6 weeks ago, I completed editing Ruth's final testimony video, bringing my total project to 23 complete survivor testimonies ready for the museum's archive and public display. The museum's education center was scheduled to open with a dedication ceremony where Ruth and 2 other survivors I'd interviewed would be honored, and excerpts from their testimonies would be shown to attendees. I'd invited Lawrence, Judith, and Samuel to the dedication ceremony, hoping they'd finally understand the importance of this work by seeing the completed project and meeting the survivors whose stories I'd preserved. 3 weeks before the dedication, I received a panicked call from Dr. Elizabeth Morrison, the museum's director of Holocaust education. She said there was an emergency situation with my testimony recordings, and I needed to come to the museum immediately. When I arrived, Dr. Morrison looked devastated. She took me to the video archive room where all my recordings were stored on a dedicated hard drive system. The system had been completely wiped. All 200-plus hours of testimony recordings, all 23 survivors' complete interviews, 7 years of irreplaceable historical documentation. Gone. Dr. Morrison explained what had happened. 3 days ago, 2 people identifying themselves as my adult children had come to the museum, claiming I'd asked them to pick up my personal belongings because I was discontinuing my volunteer work due to health issues. The museum archivist, not knowing this wasn't true, had given them access to the archive room where they'd requested to retrieve my files and recordings. While alone in the archive room, they'd accessed the computer system, located my testimony files, and deleted everything. Not just the primary files, but also the backup drives I'd meticulously maintained. They'd systematically erased 7 years of Holocaust survivor testimonies. Dr. Morrison said the museum's IT department had tried to recover the deleted files, but the deletion had been thorough. The drives had been wiped using software that made recovery impossible. Every testimony I'd recorded, every hour of survivors sharing their stories, every piece of irreplaceable historical documentation was permanently gone. Ruth Hoffman's testimony, 18 months of building trust, 14 recording sessions, her first and likely only time sharing her Auschwitz experiences publicly, deleted. 22 other survivors' complete testimonies, gone. Many of those survivors had since died, making their testimonies not just irreplaceable, but literally the last record of their experiences. I was devastated beyond words. Dr. Morrison asked if I knew why my children would do this. I said I had no idea, but I intended to find out immediately. I called Lawrence first. He answered, and when I demanded to know if he'd deleted my testimony recordings, admitted it immediately. He said he and Judith had gone to the museum specifically to destroy the files because they'd been worried about my mental health from spending years listening to Holocaust horror stories. I asked how he could destroy 7 years of irreplaceable historical documentation. Lawrence said the testimonies weren't irreplaceable. There were plenty of other Holocaust testimony projects, and my specific recordings weren't uniquely valuable. He said deleting them would force me to stop this unhealthy obsession with trauma and find more positive volunteer work. When I told him many of the survivors whose testimonies he deleted had since died, making those recordings literally the only documentation of their experiences, Lawrence said that was unfortunate, but didn't change his belief that the work had been damaging my psychological well-being. Judith admitted she'd helped plan and execute the deletion. She said they'd researched how to permanently erase files so the testimonies couldn't be recovered, because they'd wanted to ensure I couldn't continue the project. She said she'd been genuinely concerned that years of hearing about concentration camps, death marches, and genocide was causing me secondary trauma. Samuel said he'd known about their plan but hadn't participated directly. He'd agreed the testimony work was unhealthy for me and had supported Lawrence and Judith's decision to intervene by destroying the recordings. I told Dr. Morrison what my children had admitted. She was horrified and said the museum would pursue all available legal action. The testimonies had been museum property, once recorded, and deliberately destroying archival historical materials was serious. Dr. Morrison also said something that made everything worse. The museum had been counting on my 23 testimonies as the foundation of their new education center. Without them, they'd have to delay the opening and scramble to acquire testimonies from other archives. The dedication ceremony honoring Ruth and the other survivors was being postponed indefinitely. I had to call Ruth Hoffman and tell her that her testimony, the story she'd spent 18 months finding the courage to share, the experiences she'd never spoken about until trusting me, was gone because my children had deleted it. Ruth was 94 years old and in declining health. She might not live long enough for us to re-record it, and even if she did, she'd said multiple times that sharing her story once had taken everything she had emotionally. Asking her to do it again would be cruel. Ruth listened to my explanation, then said quietly, "So my story is gone. Just like my family. Just like everything from before. Gone." Then she hung up. I tried calling her back to apologize more fully, but she didn't answer. Her daughter called me later that evening and said Ruth didn't want to speak with me, that she'd been devastated by learning her testimony was destroyed, and that she wouldn't be participating in any future recording attempts. The one time Ruth Hoffman had shared her Auschwitz story was erased by my children, and she'd never share it again. The museum filed criminal charges against Lawrence and Judith for destruction of property and theft. They'd gained access to the archive under false pretenses. My attorney is pursuing civil action for destruction of irreplaceable materials and interference with my volunteer work. Lawrence and Judith both maintain they did the right thing by destroying testimonies they believed were psychologically harming me. Lawrence said Holocaust testimony work is traumatizing for volunteers, and I should be grateful they stopped me from continuing to damage my mental health. Judith said the museum was exploiting elderly volunteers like me by having us record disturbing content, and she'd been protecting me. Neither has shown any remorse for destroying 200+ hours of irreplaceable Holocaust survivor testimonies. Neither seems to understand that they didn't just delete my volunteer work. They erased the final documented memories of people who survived genocide. The museum's education center opening has been delayed 6 months while they work to acquire Holocaust testimonies from other archives. Ruth Hoffman's testimony, which was supposed to be the centerpiece of the opening exhibit, is gone forever. Ruth died 3 weeks ago without ever speaking to me again or agreeing to re-record. Her Auschwitz story died with her because my children deleted the only record of it. Of the other 22 survivors whose testimonies were destroyed, 6 have since died. Their stories are gone. The specific memories they shared, the details they remembered, the historical insights they provided, all erased by Lawrence and Judith, who decided Holocaust testimony documentation was too depressing for their mother to be involved with. Dr. Morrison has asked if I'd be willing to start over, to begin recording new testimonies with remaining survivors. But I can't. Every time I think about sitting down with a survivor to record their story, I think about Ruth's devastation when I told her our 18 months of work had been deleted. I think about the betrayal of promising survivors their stories would be preserved and then having my own children destroy those promises. Samuel has tried to distance himself from Lawrence and Judith's actions, saying he didn't actually participate in the deletion. But he knew about their plan and didn't warn me or try to stop them. He's as responsible as they are. Some people have suggested I should forgive my children because they claim they were worried about my mental health. But concern for my well-being doesn't justify destroying Holocaust survivor testimonies. If they'd been genuinely worried, they could have talked to me, consulted with the museum about volunteer support programs, or spoken with mental health professionals about secondary trauma. Instead, they systematically deleted 7 years of irreplaceable historical documentation because they decided Holocaust testimony work was too dark and depressing for me to be doing in my retirement. I'm 72. I lost 7 years of Holocaust testimony recordings because my children deleted them, and I've lost the trust of survivors who shared their stories believing they'd be preserved. Lawrence and Judith are facing criminal charges and civil lawsuits for destroying museum archives. Ruth Hoffman's Auschwitz story is gone forever because she died before I could ask her to record it again. and she wouldn't have agreed anyway after the betrayal of having her first testimony erased. The relationship with Lawrence, Judith, and Samuel is over. The Holocaust testimony work I devoted 7 years to is destroyed. And 23 survivors who trusted me with their stories had that trust violated by my own children. Some of those survivors are still alive, some have died. But all of them had their testimonies erased because my children thought listening to Holocaust stories was bad for my mental health. That's what I'm left with. The knowledge that irreplaceable historical documentation was destroyed by my own family, and that survivors who entrusted me with their most painful memories had those memories deleted as if they never existed. Dr. Morrison said the museum is naming their recovered archive program after the destroyed testimonies, the Lost Voices Project, to honor the survivors whose stories were erased and to remind future generations that preservation of testimony is fragile and precious. But naming a program doesn't bring back Ruth's voice describing Auschwitz, doesn't restore the 22 other complete testimonies, doesn't give back 7 years of irreplaceable documentation. My children stole that from history, and they feel justified in having done it. I'll never forgive them, and I'll carry the weight of those lost testimonies for whatever time I have left. Every survivor who shared their story with me deserved to have it preserved. My children made sure that didn't happen. That's the betrayal I'm living with. And that's what they should have to live with too. My family got me removed from the concert where my band was opening for a classic rock legend. I'm 74 years old, and for the past 3 years, I've been the lead guitarist in a senior rock band called the Gray Hairs. After my wife, Diane, died 4 years ago from complications of diabetes, I fell into a deep depression. I'd been a guitarist in my youth, played in garage bands in the 1960s and 70s, even had some minor local success before settling into a career as an accountant and putting music aside to focus on raising my family. When Diane died, my old guitar sat in the basement collecting dust. One day, about a year after her death, I brought it upstairs and started playing again. It felt like reconnecting with a part of myself I'd lost decades ago. I started going to open mic nights at a local coffee house, met other musicians my age, and eventually formed the Gray Hairs with 4 other guys aged 68 to 76. We play classic rock covers and some original material, performing at senior centers, community events, and local festivals. This isn't a casual hobby. We rehearse twice a week, take our musicianship seriously, and have built a small but dedicated following in our community. I've spent hundreds of hours relearning techniques, practicing solos, and working on our original songs. Playing music again has given me purpose, community, and joy during the loneliest period of my life. My children, Dennis, 51, Carol, 48, and Frank, 44, have always been dismissive of my music. Dennis thinks playing in a rock band at my age is trying to relive my youth instead of acting my age. Carol has said it's embarrassing when I talk about upcoming gigs and band rehearsals. Frank has joked that I'm too old to be a rock star and should find appropriate hobbies for a grandfather. I've tried to explain that music isn't about being a rock star. It's about creative expression, connecting with fellow musicians, and honoring the part of myself I suppressed for 40 years while building a career and family. But my children remain convinced that a 74-year-old man playing electric guitar in a band is somehow undignified or inappropriate. 4 months ago, something incredible happened. The Gray Hairs were contacted by a promoter organizing a classic rock festival at the county amphitheater, a large outdoor venue that seats 8,000 people. The festival was featuring several touring classic rock acts, including the Doobie Brothers as the headliners. The promoter had seen us perform at a local festival and was impressed. He offered us a 30-minute opening slot on the main stage before the bigger acts performed. We'd be playing for the largest audience of our lives, potentially thousands of people instead of the 50 to 200 we typically perform for. This was the opportunity of a lifetime. We immediately accepted, began selecting our best songs for the set, and started rehearsing intensively. The festival was scheduled for last Saturday, and we'd been preparing for 4 months. I told Dennis, Carol, and Frank about the festival opportunity, excited to share this achievement. Their reactions were not what I'd hoped. Dennis said playing in front of thousands of people at your age seemed like asking for a heart attack. Carol said she hoped none of her friends would attend the festival and see me making a fool of yourself. Frank said it was nice, but asked if I was sure I could handle performing for that long without getting tired. None of them seemed proud or excited. They seemed embarrassed. 2 weeks before the festival, I received a call from Kevin, the event promoter. He said he needed to discuss some concerns that had been raised about my participation in the festival. I asked what concerns. Kevin said he'd received multiple calls from people identifying themselves as my adult children, claiming I'd been having serious health issues that made performing risky. According to the callers, I'd had recent chest pains, had been prescribed heart medication, and had been advised by my doctor to avoid strenuous physical activity, which apparently included playing guitar for 30 minutes on stage. I was stunned. I have no heart problems. I'm not on heart medication. My doctor hasn't told me to avoid any activities. I told Kevin this was completely false. Kevin said he wanted to believe me, but the callers had been very specific and had expressed genuine concern about me having a cardiac event on stage in front of thousands of people. The festival's insurance company was now involved, and they were recommending I be removed from the lineup unless I could provide comprehensive medical clearance. I asked what kind of clearance. Kevin said cardiac testing, EKG, stress test, full cardiovascular workup, with a doctor's written statement that I was fit to perform. This was 2 weeks before the festival. I'd have to get emergency medical appointments, undergo unnecessary testing, and prove I didn't have health problems my own children had invented. I called my doctor's office immediately and explained the situation. My doctor was confused. He'd just seen me for my annual physical 2 months ago, and everything had been normal. He said ordering cardiac testing for someone with no symptoms and no family history of heart disease was medically unnecessary. But he understood I needed documentation to counter my children's false claims. He expedited the testing. Within a week, I'd had an EKG and cardiac stress test, both showing completely normal heart function. My doctor wrote a detailed letter stating I was in excellent cardiovascular health, with no contraindications to performing music, including live performances lasting 30 to 60 minutes. I submitted this documentation to Kevin. He said it looked good, and he was satisfied with the medical clearance. I thought the issue was resolved. Then, 5 days before the festival, Kevin called again. He'd received more calls from my children, this time claiming I'd started falling recently and had memory problems that made me forget song lyrics and chord progressions mid-performance. The callers said I was in denial about cognitive decline, and that letting me perform would result in me embarrassing myself in front of thousands of people. I was furious. I haven't been falling. I have no memory problems. Our band's rehearsals had been going perfectly. I knew every song in our set list, every solo, every chord change. Kevin said he believed me, but the constant calls from my family had created a situation with the festival's organizers and insurance company. They were concerned about liability if something went wrong during my performance, and family members had been warning them about health issues. He said the festival organizers had made a final decision. The gray hairs could still perform, but I personally was being removed from the lineup. My bandmates could perform with a substitute guitarist, or they could choose not to perform at all. The band held an emergency meeting. My bandmates were supportive and outraged on my behalf. They knew I was healthy, knew the family claims were false, and wanted me to perform with them. But finding a substitute guitarist who knew our entire set list with 3 days' notice was impossible. We had to make a choice. Perform without me, destroying the chemistry and arrangements we'd spent 4 months perfecting, or withdraw from the festival entirely. The band decided to withdraw. They said performing without me wasn't the gray hairs. We were a unit, and if I couldn't be on stage, none of us would be. Our opportunity to open for the Doobie Brothers in front of 8,000 people was gone, destroyed by my children's lies about my health. I confronted Dennis, Carol, and Frank together. All three admitted they'd called the festival promoter multiple times, making false health claims. Dennis said they'd been genuinely concerned about me performing in front of thousands of people at my age, and had thought preventing my participation was protecting me from potential embarrassment or medical emergency. Carol said she'd been mortified at the thought of me playing guitar on stage where her friends and colleagues might see, and had hoped getting me removed from the festival would convince me to give up this band fantasy. Frank was most honest. He said having a 74-year-old father in a rock band was humiliating for the family, and he'd wanted to end this before it got more out of control. He'd specifically invented the falling and memory problems because he thought cognitive decline claims would definitely get me removed. All three maintained they'd been trying to help by preventing me from making a fool of myself in front of a large audience. I told them they'd destroyed the biggest opportunity my band would ever have, that they'd lied to event organizers and insurance companies, and that they'd stolen something meaningful from me out of their own embarrassment. Dennis said I was overreacting to missing one concert. Carol said I could play other gigs and shouldn't be so dramatic. Frank said maybe this was a sign that I should hang up the guitar and find hobbies more appropriate for my age. None of them apologized. None acknowledged that inventing heart problems, falls, and dementia to get me removed from a festival performance was cruel and wrong. The festival happened last Saturday without us. The gray hairs didn't perform. I sat at home watching social media posts from the event, thousands of people enjoying music at the amphitheater where we should have been performing. My bandmates have been supportive, saying they made the right choice withdrawing rather than performing without me. But I can hear the disappointment in their voices. This was their opportunity too, and my children's lies cost all of us the experience of performing for the largest audience we'd ever have. It's been a week since the festival we should have performed at. The gray hairs are continuing to rehearse and perform at our usual smaller venues, but the magic feels diminished. We all know we had something bigger within our grasp, and it was stolen by my children's interference. Dennis, Carol, and Frank have reached out multiple times, not to apologize but to justify their actions. Dennis sent an email saying he stands by his decision to prevent me from performing because, at 74, you're too old to be jumping around on stage. Carol called saying she's relieved I didn't perform because it would have been embarrassing for the whole family. Frank texted saying I should be grateful they stopped me from making a fool of myself. None of them understand, or want to understand, that they didn't protect me from embarrassment. They destroyed an opportunity I'd earned through talent, dedication, and months of preparation. I've told all three I want no contact until they can genuinely apologize for lying to the festival organizers and acknowledge the harm they caused. Dennis says I'm choosing a rock band over my own children. Carol says I'm still acting like a teenager by being in a band and holding grudges. Frank says if I'd just act my age, none of this would have happened. The promoter Kevin reached out last week with an apology. He said he'd been put in an impossible position by my children's calls and the insurance company's concerns. He said if the gray hairs wanted to perform at next year's festival, he'd book us. He'd been disappointed we withdrew and had heard good things about our music. Next year's festival is 12 months away. I'll be 75. My bandmates will be a year older. One of our members has been dealing with arthritis that's making drumming more difficult. Another is considering moving to be closer to grandchildren. There's no guarantee the gray hairs will still be together in 12 months, that we'll all be healthy enough to perform, that the opportunity will be the same. My children stole this year's opportunity, and we may never get another chance like it. I've cut Dennis, Carol, and Frank out of my life entirely. My bandmates have become my primary community. The people who understand that age doesn't diminish passion for music, that performing isn't about being a rock star, and that creativity and artistic expression don't have expiration dates. The Gray Hairs performed at a local community center last night. About 80 people attended, mostly friends, family of other band members, and regulars who follow our music. It was a good show. The audience was warm and appreciative, and I played well. But I couldn't stop thinking about the 8,000 people who should have heard us at the amphitheater, the 30-minute set we'd perfected for the festival, the opportunity to share our music with the largest audience we'd ever have. My children stole that from me because they were embarrassed by their 74-year-old father playing guitar in a rock band. Some people think I should forgive Dennis, Carol, and Frank since they claim they were worried about my health. But they weren't worried. They were embarrassed. And rather than dealing with their own feelings about having an unconventional father, they lied to festival organizers to get me removed from the lineup. I'm 74. I play lead guitar in the Gray Hairs, and I should have opened for the Doobie Brothers last Saturday in front of 8,000 people. Instead, I stayed home because my children invented heart problems, falls, and cognitive decline to prevent me from performing. The band has forgiven me for being the reason we had to withdraw. They know it wasn't my fault. But I haven't forgiven myself for having children who'd sabotage my greatest musical opportunity out of embarrassment. And I certainly haven't forgiven Dennis, Carol, and Frank. The relationship with my children is over. The festival opportunity is gone. And I'm left wondering if the Gray Hairs will get another chance like that before age and health issues legitimately end our performing days. My children made sure I didn't get to seize the opportunity while I had it, and they feel justified in having done so. That's what I have to live with. And what they have to live with too. A father who will never trust them or want them in his life again. The music continues. The Gray Hairs keep playing. But the biggest stage we almost played on remains a painful reminder of what my own children stole from me. And I'll carry that loss for whatever performing years I have left. My family got me banned from my bridge club right before I qualified for nationals. I'm 73 years old, and for the past 4 years I've been a competitive bridge player. I started playing bridge shortly after my husband Charles died 5 years ago. A neighbor invited me to a beginner class at the local bridge club, and I discovered I had a natural aptitude for the game. Bridge combines strategy, probability, memory, and partnership communication in ways that challenged my mind during the fog of early grief. What started as a weekly social activity evolved into serious competitive play. I studied bridge theory, practiced daily with online programs, found a skilled partner named Marilyn, 70, and started competing in sanctioned tournaments to earn master points, the ranking system that determines skill level in competitive bridge. Over 4 years, Marilyn and I have accumulated nearly enough master points to qualify for the National Bridge Championship in Las Vegas, the most prestigious tournament in North American bridge. We needed just 3.2 more gold points by the March deadline, and we'd been winning consistently at our local club, on track to earn those points by early March. Bridge isn't gambling. It's a skill-based card game recognized as a mind sport. But it requires intense concentration, hours of practice, and dedication to partnership development. Marilyn and I played at the club 4 evenings per week, attended weekend tournaments monthly, and studied hands together twice weekly. My children, Douglas, 50, Wendy, 47, and Graham, 44, have never understood my commitment to bridge. Douglas thinks playing cards 4 nights a week is excessive for someone my age. Wendy has suggested I'm obsessed with bridge and neglecting family. Graham has made comments about bridge clubs being basically casinos for old people and implied I might have a gambling problem. I've explained repeatedly that bridge is a mental sport, not gambling. We pay a $7 table fee to play. There's no betting, and any small prizes are based on skill, not chance. But my children remain convinced I'm wasting time and potentially developing an unhealthy addiction. 6 weeks ago, Marilyn and I were playing brilliantly. We'd won 3 consecutive club games, earning gold points toward our national qualification. We needed just 2 more strong finishes to reach the threshold. The March deadline was approaching, but we were confident we'd qualify with weeks to spare. Then I received a call from Edward, the director of our bridge club. He said he needed to meet with me about serious allegations that had been raised about my play. I went to the club immediately, confused. Edward explained that the club had received multiple complaints from concerned family members, claiming I'd been exhibiting suspicious behavior during games. Specifically, allegations that I'd been using illegal signals with my partner to communicate card holdings, and that I'd been playing while impaired by alcohol or medication. I was shocked. Bridge has strict rules against illegal communication between partners, and accusations of cheating are taken extremely seriously. As for being impaired, I've never had a drink before playing, and my only medication is for blood pressure, which has no cognitive effects. Edward said the complaints had been detailed and specific, naming particular games where I'd supposedly used illegal signals. The club's ethics committee had to investigate any cheating allegations, and until the investigation was complete, I was temporarily suspended from all club play. Without access to club games, I couldn't earn the remaining master points needed to qualify for nationals by the March deadline. 4 years of work toward this goal was suddenly in jeopardy because someone had accused me of cheating. I asked Edward who had filed the complaints. He said the club policy was to keep complainants anonymous during investigations, but that multiple people had raised similar concerns about my behavior. I knew immediately who'd done this. My children were the only people who'd been critical of my bridge playing and who'd have motivation to get me removed from the club. The investigation took 3 weeks. The ethics committee reviewed videotapes of games I'd played, interviewed other players who'd been at my table, and consulted with bridge experts about whether my bidding and play showed any evidence of illegal communication with Marilyn. The committee found 0 evidence of cheating. Every bid and play I'd made was legal and consistent with standard bridge practice. No illegal signals were detected. The accusations were completely unfounded. As for the impairment claims, multiple players testified I'd always been sharp, focused, and clear-headed during games. The committee found no evidence I'd ever played while impaired. Edward called to tell me the investigation was closed. I was cleared of all allegations, and my suspension was lifted. But it had been 3 weeks. The March deadline for national qualification was in 4 days. Marilyn and I would need to play in and win the next 3 club games to earn enough points before the deadline. We tried. We played intensively those final days, but bridge results depend partly on which cards you're dealt. We finished second in 2 games and third in another. Good results, but not quite enough points. The March 15th deadline passed. We were 0.8 master points short of qualifying for nationals. 4 years of work, hundreds of hours of practice, dozens of tournaments, all falling short because my 3-week suspension had cost us crucial playing time during our final push. I confronted Douglas, Wendy, and Graham together. All 3 admitted they'd filed the complaints with the bridge club. Douglas said they'd been concerned about how much time I was spending playing bridge, and thought getting me temporarily suspended would force me to take a break and reconsider my priorities. Wendy admitted she'd made up the allegations about illegal signals because she knew cheating accusations would trigger an investigation that would keep me away from the club. She'd researched bridge ethics violations online to make her complaints sound credible. Graham confessed he'd fabricated the impairment claims, hoping that if the club thought I was playing while drunk or medicated, they'd ban me permanently for safety reasons. All 3 maintained they'd been trying to help me by disrupting what they saw as an unhealthy obsession with competitive bridge. I asked how they could destroy 4 years of work toward a goal I'd been completely transparent about pursuing. Douglas said, "Mom, it's just a card game. You were acting like qualifying for nationals was the most important thing in your life." I told him it was one of the most important things in my life, that bridge had given me purpose after Charles died, that the mental challenge kept me sharp, that Marilyn and I had built a skilled partnership I was proud of, and that qualifying for nationals would have been the achievement of my bridge career. Wendy said I could always try again next year to qualify. I pointed out that Marilyn and I are both in our 70s, that our mental sharpness might not be the same in a year, and that we'd been playing at peak level right now. The opportunity they'd stolen might not come again. Graham said maybe this was a sign that I should find other hobbies that didn't require so much time and competitive intensity. I told all three I wanted nothing to do with them. Douglas said I was choosing a card game over my own children. Wendy said I was proving their point about being obsessed if I'd cut off family over bridge. Graham said in a few months I'd realize they were right, that bridge had been consuming too much of my life. The bridge club director, Edward, was furious when I explained what had happened. He said filing false ethics violations was a serious abuse of the complaint system and had wasted committee time investigating fabricated allegations. He offered to write a letter explaining the situation to the national organization, asking if they'd make an exception to the qualification deadline given the circumstances. The national organization declined. They said qualification deadlines were firm, and while they sympathized with my situation, they couldn't make exceptions without opening the door to countless deadline extension requests. Marilyn and I can try to qualify again for next year's nationals, but we'd need to earn master points all over again. The qualification clock resets annually. We'd be 74 and 71, another year older, and there's no guarantee we'd play as well or have the same opportunity. The Nationals tournament happened last month in Las Vegas. Marilyn and I watched some hands online, seeing players compete at the level we'd worked 4 years to reach. We should have been there. My children stole that from us because they decided bridge was taking too much of my time and filed false ethics violations to force me away from the game. It's been 2 months since we missed qualification by 0.8 master points. Marilyn and I are still playing together, still competing, but the fire has dimmed. We're working toward next year's qualification, but both of us know we're a year older, and bridge at the national championship level requires absolute mental sharpness that becomes harder to maintain as we age. Douglas, Wendy, and Graham have reached out multiple times, not to apologize, but to continue justifying their interference. Douglas sent articles about healthy hobby balance for seniors, implying my bridge playing had been excessive. Wendy said she's glad I didn't qualify because traveling to Las Vegas at my age would have been stressful and potentially dangerous. Graham texted that maybe this was the universe's way of telling me to spend more time with grandchildren instead of playing cards. None of them can acknowledge that filing false cheating allegations with a bridge club to sabotage my qualification for a tournament I'd worked 4 years toward was cruel and wrong. Edward wrote a formal letter documenting what happened and placed it in the club's records, noting that my 3-week suspension was based on fabricated complaints filed by family members attempting to interfere with my competitive bridge career. Several club members have expressed outrage on my behalf and have written supportive letters for me to keep. One fellow player, a retired attorney who's also pursuing national qualification, suggested I could sue my children for tortious interference, deliberately sabotaging my opportunity to qualify for a competition through false allegations. But litigation would be expensive, time-consuming, and unlikely to recover the specific opportunity that was lost. The relationship with Douglas, Wendy, and Graham is permanently damaged. I haven't seen or spoken to any of them since our confrontation. They've told extended family I'm choosing bridge over family and holding grudges over a card game. Several relatives have reached out encouraging me to forgive and move on. But they don't understand. This wasn't just a card game. Bridge saved my life after Charles died. The mental challenge, the partnership with Marilyn, the competitive goals that gave structure to my grief, all of that mattered deeply. Qualifying for nationals would have been the culmination of that journey, proof that I'd rebuilt a meaningful life after devastating loss. My children destroyed that opportunity through deliberate lies to the organization that governed my competitive play. They filed false ethics violations, invented cheating allegations, and wasted 3 crucial weeks of playing time right before the qualification deadline. We missed qualifying by less than 1 master point. One good game during those 3 weeks would have been enough. But we were banned from playing because my children decided my hobby had become too important to me. Marilyn has been incredibly supportive. She's angry on both our behalves. She'd also worked 4 years toward nationals and lost that opportunity because of my family's interference. But she's chosen to focus on our continued partnership and next year's qualification attempt, rather than dwelling on what was stolen from us. I'm trying to do the same. We're playing regularly, winning consistently, accumulating master points toward next year's deadline. But I'm 73 now. In a year, I'll be 74. My memory isn't quite as sharp as it was. My stamina for long tournament days is decreasing, and I wonder if we'll have another opportunity like we had this year. My children made sure we didn't get to seize it when we were ready. Some people think I should forgive Douglas, Wendy, and Graham because they claim they were worried about my bridge obsession. But there's a difference between expressing concern and filing false ethics violations to force someone out of competition. If they'd been genuinely concerned about my time management or well-being, they could have talked to me, attended a game to understand what bridge actually involves, or consulted Charles's memory to understand why competitive bridge mattered to me during grief recovery. Instead, they went behind my back to sabotage my qualification through fabricated cheating allegations. I'm 73. I missed qualifying for the National Bridge Championship by 0.8 master points because my children got me banned from my club for 3 weeks, and I'm trying to rebuild toward next year's qualification while knowing I'm a year older and time is not on my side. Douglas, Wendy, and Graham are dealing with a mother who's cut them out of her life for destroying an achievement she'd worked 4 years toward. They think I'm overreacting to missing a card tournament. They don't understand, and never will, that they didn't just cost me a tournament. They cost me the culmination of my grief recovery journey, the achievement that would have honored Charles's memory by proving I'd rebuilt a meaningful life after his death. Marilyn and I are still playing, still competing, still working toward nationals. But we should have been there this year, and my children made sure we weren't. That's what I have to live with, and that's what they should have to live with too. The cards we played, the strategies we mastered, the partnership we built, none of that was diminished by their interference, but the opportunity to prove ourselves at the highest level was stolen. Every master point we earn now is revenge. Every game we win is proof they failed to stop us permanently. We'll qualify for nationals eventually, and my children won't be invited to celebrate when we do. That's the only justice I can claim. My family destroyed the manuscript of my memoir after I'd spent 6 years writing it. I'm 75 years old, and for the past 6 years I've been writing my memoir, a detailed account of my life growing up in rural Kentucky during the Great Depression, serving in Vietnam, working in the coal mines, raising 5 children on a tight budget, and navigating 52 years of marriage to my late wife, Ruth, before she passed from cancer 3 years ago. This wasn't vanity writing. I'd been encouraged to write my story by a local historical society that collects oral histories and personal narratives from people who lived through significant periods of American history. They'd interviewed me 2 years ago about coal mining in Appalachia during the 1960s-70s, and the interviewer had said my memories were vivid and important, that I should consider writing them down for preservation. I'd always enjoyed writing letters and journal entries, so I decided to try. I bought a simple laptop, my first computer at age 69, took a basic writing class at the library to learn how to use it, and started documenting my memories. Every day for 6 years, I'd spend 2 to 3 hours writing, describing my childhood during the Depression, my father's struggle as a subsistence farmer, my decision to enlist for Vietnam, the horror and complexity of that war, coming home to work dangerous jobs in the mines, the close-knit mining community, raising children while Ruth worked as a seamstress, and our life together through 5 decades of American change. I'd accumulated over 400 pages, detailed, carefully written, fact-checked against historical records and old family documents. I'd included stories Ruth had told me about her own childhood in Tennessee, memories from our children's early years, descriptions of mining accidents I'd survived, and reflections on how American working-class life had changed over my lifetime. The Historical Society had asked to see my work in progress last year. They'd been impressed and encouraged me to finish, saying they'd like to help me find a small press publisher interested in Appalachian memoirs and oral histories. They thought my manuscript could be valuable both as personal narrative and as historical documentation of coal mining culture. I've been working toward finishing the manuscript by this summer. I was in the editing phase, polishing chapters, adding photographs and documents, preparing it for submission to publishers the Historical Society had recommended. My children, Dale Jr., 53, Sandra, 50, Michael, 48, Jennifer, 45, and Bobby, 42, knew I was writing my memoir. They'd seen me working on it during their visits, had occasionally asked what I was writing about, and had heard me mention the Historical Society's interest in publishing it. Their reactions had been mixed. Dale Jr. had seemed uncomfortable when I mentioned writing about the mines and the accidents I'd survived. Sandra had asked if I was going to write about family stuff, and seemed worried about what I'd include. Michael had joked that I was becoming a famous author in my old age. Jennifer had asked if I was planning to write about Ruth's illness and death, seeming concerned about that being made public. Bobby had been the most supportive, asking to read chapters and expressing interest in the family history I was documenting. 2 months ago, I finished my final edits. I had a complete 438-page manuscript, saved on my laptop and backed up on a USB drive I kept in my desk drawer. I was planning to send it to the Historical Society and the publishers they'd recommended. This represented 6 years of daily work, hundreds of hours of writing and research, and the most significant creative accomplishment of my life. I'm not an educated man. I finished high school but never went to college. Writing this memoir had been challenging, requiring me to learn new skills, push past self-doubt, and trust that my experiences were worth documenting. Finishing it had given me immense pride and purpose during the lonely years after Ruth died. Last month, my laptop stopped working. The screen went black and wouldn't turn back on. I'm not tech-savvy enough to fix computer problems, so I called Michael, who works in IT, and asked him to help. Michael came over, looked at my laptop, and said the hard drive had failed. He said everything on the laptop was probably gone, but he'd try to recover the data if possible. He took the laptop home with him to work on it. I wasn't too worried because I had the backup USB drive with my complete manuscript. I went to my desk drawer to get it. The USB drive was gone. I searched my entire house looking for the backup drive. I checked every drawer, every shelf, every place I might have moved it. It wasn't anywhere. I called Michael and asked about the laptop data recovery. He said he'd tried, but the hard drive was completely corrupted. Nothing was recoverable. Everything I'd had saved on that laptop was gone. I told him about the missing USB backup drive and asked if he'd seen it when he picked up the laptop. Michael said no, he hadn't noticed a USB drive. I was starting to panic. 6 years of work, 438 pages of memoir, all of my memories of Ruth and our life together, documentation of important historical events I'd witnessed, all potentially lost. I called each of my children asking if any of them had seen a small USB drive in my desk drawer. Dale Jr., Sandra, Jennifer, and Bobby all said no. But Michael's response was strange. He said, "Dad, maybe this is a sign that memoir isn't the right project for you. Maybe losing the files is the universe telling you to let it go." Something about his tone made me suspicious. I asked him directly, "Michael, did you take my USB backup drive?" Long pause. Then Michael admitted, "Yes, "I have it. But Dad, I can't give it back to you." I asked why not. Michael said he and his siblings had been concerned about the memoir for a while. They'd been worried about what I was writing, what family stories I might be including, what personal information might be made public if the book was published. I told him the memoir was mostly about my childhood, the war, and coal mining. Historical events and personal experiences that didn't involve my children significantly. Michael said that wasn't the point. The point was that anything I wrote about our family could be out there forever once published, and they hadn't consented to having their lives documented. I told Michael that my memoir was my story to tell, and that I had every right to write about my own life experiences. He said, "But it's not just your life, Dad. It's our family, and we have a right to privacy." I demanded he return the USB drive immediately. Michael said he couldn't do that because he'd already destroyed it. He'd deleted all the files and physically damaged the drive to ensure the memoir couldn't be recovered. My son had deliberately destroyed 6 years of my work. I called Dale Jr. immediately. He admitted he'd known about Michael's plan to take and destroy the USB drive. He said they'd all been uncomfortable with me writing a memoir that might include family information, and they'd decided that preventing publication was necessary to protect the family's privacy. I asked what family privacy needed protecting. I hadn't written anything scandalous or shameful about any of them. Dale Jr. said it didn't matter what I'd written. The principle was that I shouldn't be writing about our family at all without everyone's permission. Sandra admitted she'd been the one who suggested destroying the backup drive. She said she'd been worried about what I might write about Ruth's death, about their childhoods, about family struggles during difficult financial times. She said having those stories in a published book would be embarrassing, and that I should respect their desire to keep family matters private. Jennifer said she'd supported the decision because she didn't want her children, my grandchildren, to someday read things about the family that might be uncomfortable or paint us in a negative light. Bobby was the only one who hadn't known about the plan. When I told him what his siblings had done, he was horrified. He said he'd been looking forward to reading the finished memoir and couldn't believe they'd destroyed it. All 4 of my other children had conspired to destroy my manuscript, the creative work I'd spent 6 years writing, the historical documentation the Historical Society wanted to preserve, the legacy I'd been creating to honor Ruth's memory and document our lives. I contacted the Historical Society and explained what had happened. The director was shocked and deeply disappointed. She said the loss of my manuscript was not just a personal tragedy, but a loss to historical documentation. She'd been looking forward to helping me publish it and had already discussed my work with a small press specializing in Appalachian memoirs. She suggested I try to recreate the memoir from memory. I told her that after 6 years of daily writing, trying to remember and recreate 438 pages felt overwhelming. The manuscript had included specific dates, details, quotes from letters and documents, information I'd carefully researched and verified that I couldn't simply remember without the original work. Some sections I could potentially rewrite from memory: my childhood stories, my war experiences, major life events. But the careful detail, the researched historical context, the integration of Ruth's stories with my own, the specific mining incidents documented with dates and names, that level of detail was lost. The Historical Society director said she understood and would support me if I wanted to attempt rewriting. But we both knew it wouldn't be the same manuscript I'd completed. I told my children I wanted nothing to do with any of them except Bobby. Dale Jr. said I was overreacting to losing a hobby project. Sandra said I could just write it again if it was that important. Michael said he stood by his decision because protecting family privacy matters more than one person's writing project. Jennifer said she was sorry I was upset, but didn't regret preventing publication of family stories. None of them understood or cared that they hadn't just destroyed a manuscript. They'd destroyed 6 years of daily work, hundreds of hours of research, my tribute to Ruth, my contribution to historical preservation, and my sense of purpose during the lonely years after my wife died. Bobby has been helping me try to recreate sections of the memoir from memory. We've recovered some family photographs and documents I'd referenced. I've been attempting to rewrite chapters, starting with sections I remember most clearly. But it's not the same. The original manuscript had a completeness and polish that came from 6 years of careful work. What I'm producing now feels fragmented and rushed, like I'm trying to remember a story I once told rather than telling it fresh. The Historical Society has offered to conduct recorded oral history interviews with me as an alternative to the written memoir. I've agreed to do some interviews, but it's not what I wanted. I wanted my own words, carefully written and edited, preserved for future generations. My children stole that from me because they decided my right to tell my own life story was less important than their desire to control what information about our family existed in the world. It's been 2 months since I discovered what they'd done. Dale Jr., Sandra, Michael, and Jennifer have all reached out multiple times, mostly to defend their decision or to minimize the significance of what they destroyed. Dale Jr. said, "It was just a manuscript. You can write another one." Sandra said, "Family comes before hobbies." Michael said, "You should thank us for protecting the family." Jennifer said, "Maybe this will help you focus on the present instead of the past." None of them have genuinely apologized. None have acknowledged that destroying someone's creative work, 6 years of daily effort, is a profound betrayal, regardless of their supposed reasons. I'm 75 years old. Ruth is gone. My memoir, which would have preserved our story and honored her memory, is destroyed. My children, with one exception, have shown me they'll sabotage my creative work to maintain control over family narratives. I'm attempting to recreate what I can of the memoir, but I know it won't be the same. The original is gone, destroyed deliberately by my own children, who decided they had the right to erase my work. Some people think I should forgive them and move on since it's just writing. But it wasn't just writing. It was 6 years of purpose, Ruth's memory preserved in words, historical documentation of coal mining culture, and my contribution to understanding Appalachian working-class life. They destroyed all of that because they were afraid of what I might have written about them. Even though the memoir was primarily about events and experiences that had nothing to do with them. I won't forgive that. The relationship with 4 of my 5 children is permanently damaged. They chose control over my autonomy, their comfort over my creative expression, and their privacy concerns over my right to tell my own story. I spent 6 years writing my life. They destroyed it in minutes. And I'll carry that loss for whatever years I have left. That's what they have to live with. A father whose life's work they erased because they didn't trust him to tell his own story responsibly, and I'm at peace with cutting them out of my life for it. My family got me removed from the tech conference where I was presenting my senior coding app. I'm 71 years old, and 3 years ago I taught myself computer programming. After my husband Malcolm died 5 years ago from lung cancer, I struggled with isolation and loneliness. My children and grandchildren lived in other states. I'd retired from teaching, and I needed something intellectually challenging to fill my days. I'd always been intimidated by technology. I'd used computers for basic tasks, but had never understood how they actually worked. One day I stumbled across a free online coding course and decided to try it. Learning to code at 68 was humbling and difficult, but also exhilarating. I discovered I had an aptitude for logical problem solving and pattern recognition that translated well to programming. Over 3 years, I've progressed from basic HTML to building functional web applications. I joined online coding communities, took advanced courses, and eventually identified a problem I wanted to solve. Many seniors struggle with technology, but existing apps and websites are designed for younger users with different needs and comfort levels. I spent 18 months developing Silver Connect, a web application specifically designed for seniors to help them video call family, share photos, manage medications, and access telehealth services. The interface is simple and large print, with step-by-step tutorials narrated in my own voice. I beta tested it with seniors at my local community center, incorporated their feedback, and refined the application until it was genuinely useful and accessible. Silver Connect has been downloaded by over 2,000 seniors across the country. I maintain it as a free service, funding the hosting costs myself and continuously improving features based on user feedback. The work has given me purpose, connected me with a global community of users who email me thank you messages, and proven to myself that age doesn't limit learning. My children, Howard, 49, Janet, 46, and Kenneth, 43, have always been skeptical of my coding work. Howard thinks I'm being taken advantage of by online courses that charge fees for advanced training. Janet worries I'm sharing too much personal information online through coding forums and user support. Kenneth has repeatedly said he's concerned that I don't actually understand programming and I'm just copying code from the internet without comprehending what I'm doing. I've tried to show them my application, explain my code, and demonstrate that I genuinely understand what I've built. But they remain convinced that a 71-year-old woman couldn't possibly learn programming from scratch and must be confused or being scammed. 6 months ago, I was contacted by organizers of Senior Tech Summit, a technology conference focused on innovations for aging populations. They'd discovered Silver Connect, were impressed by it, and wanted me to present as a keynote speaker about my journey learning to code at 68 and developing technology for seniors. This was an incredible honor. The conference attracts technology companies, healthcare providers, and senior advocacy organizations from across the country. I'd be sharing my story with hundreds of people and potentially inspiring other seniors to explore technology. I accepted immediately and began preparing my presentation. I'd have 45 minutes to discuss my coding journey, demonstrate Silver Connect, and talk about designing technology with seniors as users rather than afterthoughts. I mentioned the conference to Howard, Janet, and Kenneth during a family video call. Howard asked if I was sure this was legitimate and not a scam. Janet worried about me embarrassing myself by presenting about technology I didn't really understand. Kenneth asked if I'd verified that the conference was real and not trying to exploit elderly people. I showed them the conference website, the roster of other speakers, including technology executives and university researchers, and my official speaker invitation. They remained skeptical but stopped questioning it directly. 3 weeks before the conference, I received an email from Dr. Lisa Chen, the conference program director. She said she needed to discuss some concerns that had been raised about my presentation. I called Dr. Chen immediately, confused about what concerns there could be. She explained that the conference had received multiple calls from people identifying themselves as my adult children, claiming I was being exploited by scammers who'd convinced me I'd built an application when I actually hadn't, and that I'd be humiliated if allowed to present because I didn't actually understand technology or coding. Dr. Chen said the callers had been very specific. They claimed I'd been catfished by someone online who'd built Silver Connect and convinced me it was my own work, that I'd been paying for fake coding courses that had taught me nothing, and that I was suffering from age-related cognitive decline that made me vulnerable to online scams. The callers had urged the conference to protect me from embarrassment by removing me from the speaker lineup before I presented material I didn't understand in front of hundreds of technology professionals. I was horrified. I told Dr. Chen that every word of this was false. I'd built Silver Connect myself. I genuinely understood coding, and I had no cognitive decline. I offered to demonstrate my technical knowledge immediately. Dr. Chen said she believed me, but the conference organizers were now concerned about the situation. She asked if I could provide evidence that Silver Connect was genuinely my work. documentation of my development process, testimonials from beta testers, proof of my coding education. But I spent the next week compiling evidence. Screenshots of my GitHub repository showing 3 years of code commits under my username, certificates from coding courses I'd completed, emails from Silver Connect users thanking me for building the application, video recordings of me explaining my code during online study group meetings. I submitted everything to Dr. Chen. She reviewed it and said she was satisfied that I genuinely built the application and understood the technology. She said my presentation was back on track. But 1 week before the conference, Dr. Chen called again. She'd received more calls from my children, this time claiming I'd been coached on what to say during my presentation by the scammers who'd supposedly built my application, and that allowing me to present would expose the conference to liability if I had a medical emergency on stage due to the stress of public speaking at my age with declining health. Dr. Chen said the conference insurance company had gotten involved. With multiple family members reporting concerns about exploitation and health issues, the insurers were recommending I be removed from the speaker lineup to avoid potential liability. She said the final decision was that I could attend the conference as a guest, but I wouldn't be presenting. My keynote slot would be given to another speaker. 3 years of learning to code, 18 months of developing Silver Connect, 6 months of preparing my presentation, all destroyed by my children's lies to conference organizers about me being scammed and cognitively declining. I confronted Howard, Janet, and Kenneth immediately. All 3 admitted they'd called the conference multiple times. Howard said he'd been genuinely concerned that I was being scammed and thought the conference organizers would investigate and discover I wasn't actually capable of coding. Janet said she'd been trying to protect me from embarrassing myself by presenting about technology I supposedly didn't understand. Kenneth admitted he'd invented the health concerns because he thought medical liability issues would definitely get me removed from the speaker lineup. When I asked why they assumed I couldn't possibly have learned to code and built an application, Howard said, "Mom, you're 71 years old. You can barely use your phone. There's no way you taught yourself programming and built a website that thousands of people use." I showed them my GitHub repository, my code, my development documentation. Janet said, "Anyone can copy code from the internet. That doesn't mean you understand it." Kenneth said, even if I had somehow learned basic coding, presenting at a technology conference was setting myself up for humiliation when professionals asked questions I couldn't answer. All 3 maintained they'd been protecting me from being exploited and embarrassed, and felt justified in getting me removed from the conference. I told them they'd stolen an incredible opportunity from me based on their assumption that I was too old to learn new skills. Howard said I was overreacting to missing one conference. Janet said I could keep working on my app hobby without needing to present publicly. Kenneth said maybe this was a sign that I should stick to technology use rather than trying to understand how it works. The Senior Tech Summit happened last week without me presenting. I attended as a guest, sitting in the audience watching someone else give a keynote in the speaking slot that should have been mine. Several attendees approached me because they recognized my name from Silver Connect and asked when I'd be presenting. I had to explain I'd been removed from the speaker lineup. One attendee, a woman in her 60s who'd recently learned to code, said she'd specifically come to the conference to hear me speak and was disappointed I wasn't presenting. She said seeing a 71-year-old woman who'd taught herself programming would have been inspirational. Multiple attendees expressed similar sentiments throughout the conference. Dr. Chen apologized repeatedly, saying she wished the situation had been handled differently, but that the insurance concerns had forced the organizers' decision. I've cut off contact with Howard, Janet, and Kenneth. They've reached out multiple times, not to apologize but to continue justifying their interference. Howard sent an article about elderly people being scammed online, claiming it proves he was right to be concerned. Janet called saying she's glad I didn't present because I would have embarrassed the family. Kenneth texted that if I really understood coding, I should be grateful they saved me from being exposed as a fraud in front of professionals. None of them can accept that their 71-year-old mother genuinely taught herself programming, built a functional application used by thousands of people, and earned a keynote speaking slot at a technology conference. The conference organizers have invited me to present at next year's summit. But I'll be 72 then, 1 year older, and there's no guarantee I'll have the same energy or cognitive sharpness I have now. My children stole this year's opportunity, and I may never get the same moment again. I'm continuing to maintain and improve Silver Connect. User numbers keep growing. I'm now at over 3,000 downloads. I've started a YouTube channel teaching seniors basic coding concepts, which has gained a modest following. I'm proving to myself and to others that age doesn't limit learning or innovation. But I should have been on that conference stage last week, sharing my journey with hundreds of people and potentially inspiring other seniors to explore technology. Instead, I was in the audience because my children assumed I was too old to understand what I'd accomplished. Some people think I should forgive Howard, Janet, and Kenneth since they claim they were protecting me from scams. But they weren't protecting me. They were refusing to believe I was capable of learning something they considered beyond my abilities due to my age. I'm 71. I taught myself to code from scratch. I built an application that serves thousands of seniors, and I earned a keynote speaking slot at a technology conference. My children destroyed that opportunity by lying to organizers about me being scammed and cognitively declining. The relationship with Howard, Janet, and Kenneth is over. They've shown me they'll never see me as capable of growth, learning, or achievement outside their limited expectations of what a 71-year-old woman should be doing. I'll present at next year's conference if the invitation still stands. I'll continue developing Silver Connect and helping seniors connect with technology. And I'll do it without my children's involvement or approval. They tried to stop me from sharing my achievement with the world. They succeeded in stealing one opportunity. But they haven't stopped me from continuing to code, to learn, to innovate, and to prove that age is no barrier to technological literacy. That's what I'm living for now. And I'm at peace with having children who'll never understand or support it. The code I write doesn't lie. The users I help don't doubt my abilities. The technology community that's embraced me doesn't question whether a 71-year-old can learn to program. Only my own children make those assumptions, and they're the ones I no longer need in my life. The presentation I should have given is recorded on my computer, ready for next year's conference. My application continues serving seniors who need it, and I continue coding every day, proving to myself that I'm capable of exactly what my children said was impossible. That's my revenge. Continuing to succeed at what they claimed I couldn't do. Without them. My family destroyed my ballroom dance partnership by lying to my dance partner. I'm 69 years old, and for the past 4 years I've been a competitive ballroom dancer. I started taking dance lessons 3 years after my husband, Edward, died, initially just as a way to get exercise and meet people. I'd always loved watching dancing on TV, but had never learned myself. Edward had 2 left feet and wasn't interested. At my first beginner group class, I met Arthur, 71, another widow who'd started dancing for similar reasons. We were paired together for practice, discovered we had good chemistry as dance partners, and our instructor suggested we continue partnering for more advanced classes. Over 4 years, Arthur and I have progressed from beginners to competing in senior ballroom dance competitions: waltz, foxtrot, tango, Viennese waltz, and quick-step. This isn't romantic. Arthur and I are dance partners and close friends, nothing more. We've both been very clear about this. We spend 10 to 15 hours per week training together. We compete together 6 to 8 times per year. We have coffee after lessons and talk about our late spouses and our lives, but we're not dating, and neither of us wants a romantic relationship. We're 2 widowed people who found joy and purpose through competitive dancing together. My children, Patricia, 46, Roger, 43, and Lydia, 40, have never understood my ballroom dancing. Patricia thinks it's strange that I spend so much time with a man who isn't family. Roger has made uncomfortable jokes about Arthur being my boyfriend, despite my repeated explanations that we're just dance partners. Lydia has said it looks bad when I talk about Arthur constantly and spend more time with him than with my own family. I've tried to explain that dance partnerships require extensive practice time, that Arthur and I are training for competitions, that this is a sport and an art form, not a dating relationship. But my children remain skeptical and disapproving. 2 months ago, Arthur and I qualified for the National Senior Ballroom Championship, the most prestigious competition in our age category, held annually in Chicago. We'd been working toward this for 2 years, training intensively, perfecting our routines. Qualifying was a huge achievement, and we were both thrilled and nervous about competing at the national level. The championship was scheduled for last weekend. Arthur and I had been rehearsing daily for the past month, polishing every detail of our 5 competitive dances. Our instructor said we had a real chance at placing in the top 3 in our division. 3 weeks before the championship, Arthur called and asked if we could meet for coffee. His tone was serious, which was unusual. Arthur is typically upbeat and encouraging. When we met, Arthur said he needed to talk about something uncomfortable that had been brought to his attention. He said my daughter Patricia had contacted him, claiming I'd developed romantic feelings for him that he wasn't aware of, and that I'd been telling family I expected our partnership to turn into a romantic relationship. I was shocked. I asked what specifically Patricia had said. Arthur explained that Patricia had called him 2 weeks ago, said she was concerned about me, and claimed I'd been obsessing over him, talking about him constantly to family, and had told my children I was in love with him and hoping he'd propose marriage. Patricia had told Arthur that she was worried I'd be devastated when I realized he didn't share these feelings, and she wanted to give him a heads up about my supposed expectations so he could let me down gently before I got hurt. None of this was true. I'd never said I was in love with Arthur. I'd never talked about expecting a proposal. I talked about Arthur frequently because he's my dance partner, and we train together constantly. Of course, his name comes up when I discuss my dance schedule, competitions, and training progress. I told Arthur that Patricia had lied, that I had no romantic feelings for him beyond friendship, and that I'd been very clear with my family that we were dance partners, not romantic partners. Arthur seemed relieved but also uncomfortable. He said, "I believe you, but your daughter was very convincing. She gave specific examples of things you'd supposedly said, times you'd apparently talked about wanting more than friendship. She seemed genuinely concerned about you getting hurt." I asked Arthur if this changed anything about our partnership. He hesitated, then said he needed to think about things, given the confusion and the uncomfortable position he'd been put in. That was 3 weeks ago. Arthur has been distant ever since, canceling practice sessions, being less communicative, seeming uncomfortable during the rehearsals we did have. Last week, 5 days before the national championship, Arthur told me he couldn't compete with me. He said the situation with Patricia's call had created too much awkwardness, and he wasn't comfortable with the partnership continuing. He said he'd been thinking about it for weeks and felt the best solution was to take a break from competing together. I begged him to reconsider, to at least compete at nationals, since we'd qualified and trained so hard. Arthur said he was sorry, but he'd already contacted the competition organizers and withdrawn our entry. 4 years of partnership, 2 years of working toward nationals, months of intensive training, ended because my daughter lied to my dance partner about me having romantic feelings for him. I confronted Patricia immediately after Arthur withdrew from the competition. She admitted she'd called him but defended her decision. She said she'd been genuinely concerned that I was developing inappropriate feelings for Arthur and that their relationship was becoming unhealthy for me. I asked what evidence she had of inappropriate feelings. Patricia said I talked about Arthur all the time, that I spent more time with him than with family, that I'd mentioned his name at every family gathering for months, and that she'd observed the way I looked at him during a dance competition she'd attended. I told her that talking about my dance partner constantly makes sense when dancing is my primary hobby and we train 15 hours per week, that spending time training with him is necessary for competitive dancing, that mentioning his name frequently is normal when discussing my dance schedule in competitions. Patricia said, "But Mom, you're 69 years old. Why do you need a male dance partner? Why can't you just take dance classes for exercise without all the competing and the constant training with this man?" I asked why she'd specifically told Arthur I was in love with him and expecting a marriage proposal. Patricia admitted she'd exaggerated slightly to make sure Arthur understood the seriousness of her concerns and would handle the situation carefully. She'd lied to my dance partner, inventing romantic feelings and marriage expectations I'd never expressed, specifically to create distance between us. I called Roger next. He admitted he'd known about Patricia's plan to contact Arthur. He said they'd both been uncomfortable with how much time I spent with Arthur and thought Patricia's intervention was necessary to protect everyone involved. Lydia said she'd actively encouraged Patricia to talk to Arthur because the dance partnership had become inappropriate for a widow my age. She said I should be focusing on family, not gallivanting around dance floors with strange men. All three of my children had supported Patricia's decision to lie to Arthur about my having romantic feelings for him, specifically to sabotage our dance partnership. I tried contacting Arthur to explain that Patricia had lied and that her claims about my romantic feelings were fabricated. Arthur said he believed me, but that the whole situation had soured the partnership for him, and he needed space. I asked if we could at least compete at nationals. We'd qualified, we'd trained for months. This was the achievement of our dance career together. Arthur said he was sorry, but he'd already withdrawn our entry and didn't want to reverse that decision. Our instructor was devastated when I explained what happened. She said Patricia's interference had destroyed one of the best senior dance partnerships she'd ever coached. She offered to help me find a new dance partner, but finding someone at my level, rebuilding chemistry and timing, and training enough to compete seriously would take years. The national championship happened last weekend. Arthur didn't attend. I went as a spectator, watching other senior couples compete in the dances Arthur and I had perfected together. Seeing our competitors perform the routines we'd trained for was heartbreaking. Our instructor introduced me to several single male dancers looking for partners, but none had Arthur's experience level or our established partnership chemistry. Starting over with a new partner means beginning again as beginners, rebuilding trust and timing that Arthur and I had spent 4 years developing. It's been 2 weeks since the national championship I should have competed in. Arthur has stopped responding to my messages. Our instructor says he's taken a break from competitive dancing entirely. The situation with Patricia's call affected him deeply enough that he's stepped away from the dance community. I've lost my dance partner, lost our spot at nationals, and lost 4 years of partnership building because my daughter lied about me having romantic feelings. Patricia continues to defend her actions. She says she was protecting me from embarrassing myself by developing feelings for a man who didn't reciprocate. When I point out I never had those feelings in the first place, she says, "Maybe you didn't realize it consciously, but the signs were there." Roger says even if Patricia exaggerated, the core concern was valid, that I was spending too much time with Arthur and needed boundaries. Lydia says she's glad the dance partnership ended because it was taking over my life and preventing me from focusing on family. None of them acknowledged that they destroyed something I'd worked 4 years to build, sabotaged my qualification to nationals, and ended a meaningful friendship through deliberate lies. I've joined several online ballroom dance communities looking for a new partner, but finding someone at my competitive level in my geographic area who's also looking for a partner is difficult. Most senior dancers are already partnered or are beginners. The few experienced dancers I've contacted aren't interested in the intensive training schedule required for competitive dancing. My instructor suggested I consider dancing with younger male students looking for experience. But the age and height differences would make partnering difficult, and most younger dancers are focused on different competitive divisions. The reality is that dance partnerships like what Arthur and I had are rare. Finding someone with compatible skill level, compatible schedule, compatible personality, and the chemistry required for competitive ballroom dancing takes years. Arthur and I had built something special through hundreds of hours of training together, and it was destroyed in one phone call by my daughter, who decided our partnership was inappropriate. Some people think I should forgive Patricia, since she claims she was worried about me. But she didn't express worry. She lied to my dance partner about romantic feelings I never had, creating awkwardness that ended our partnership days before the biggest competition of our dance career. I'm 69. I've lost my ballroom dance partner and my qualification to nationals, and I'm starting over trying to find someone to dance with. Patricia, Roger, and Lydia are dealing with a mother who's cut them out of her life for destroying something they never understood or valued. The National Senior Ballroom Championship happens once a year. Arthur and I had qualified, had trained for months, had perfected 5 competitive dances. We should have been in Chicago competing last weekend. Instead, I was in the audience watching other couples dance our routines, because my children decided my dance partnership was inappropriate and took it upon themselves to end it through lies. I don't know if I'll ever compete at that level again. Finding a new partner, rebuilding chemistry and timing, qualifying again. It could take years, and I'm already 69. Time isn't on my side. My children stole that opportunity from me. They stole 4 years of partnership. They stole my friendship with Arthur, who was important to me not romantically, but as a companion who understood grief and widowhood and found joy in dancing together. And they feel justified in having done it. I'll never forgive them for that. The relationship with Patricia, Roger, and Lydia is over, and I'm left alone, without my dance partner, without the competition we'd worked toward, without the community and purpose that ballroom dancing had given me. That's what happens when family decides your hobbies and friendships are inappropriate and takes it upon themselves to destroy them through lies. They succeeded in ending my dance partnership, and they permanently ended their relationship with me in the process. I'm at peace with that choice. I just wish I'd gotten to compete at nationals first. My family prevented me from meeting the daughter I gave up for adoption 52 years ago. I'm 70 years old, and in 1973, when I was 18, I gave birth to a daughter and placed her for adoption. I was unmarried, still in high school, from a strict religious family, and had no support system to raise a child alone. The adoption was closed. I never knew where my daughter went, who adopted her, or anything about her life after I signed the papers at the hospital. For 52 years, I've thought about that baby girl every single day. I married my husband, Frank, 2 years after the adoption, told him about my daughter before we got engaged, and he was supportive and understanding. We went on to have 3 children together: Carol, 48, Stephen, 45, and Rita, 43. And I was a devoted mother to them. But I never forgot my first child, the daughter I'd given away because I had no other choice at 18. When Frank died 4 years ago, I started thinking more seriously about finding my biological daughter. Adoption laws had changed. Many states now had adoption reunion registries, where birth parents and adoptees could register their interest in contact. I registered with every database I could find, hoping that someday my daughter might be looking for me too. Last October, I received an email that changed my life. A woman named Beth, 52, had found me through a DNA ancestry test and adoption registry matching. She believed she was my biological daughter. She'd been raised by loving adoptive parents in Oregon, had a good life, but had always wondered about her birth mother. She'd taken a DNA test hoping to find biological family, and the results had led her to me. I was overjoyed and terrified. After 52 years, my daughter wanted to meet me. We exchanged emails, then phone calls, sharing our lives and stories. Beth told me about her adoptive family, her career as a teacher, her husband, and 3 adult children, my biological grandchildren I'd never known existed. She was warm, kind, and understanding about why I'd placed her for adoption. She said she'd had a wonderful life with her adoptive parents, but had always felt something was missing, knowing where she came from. We planned to meet in person this past March. Beth would fly from Oregon to my home state. We'd spend a weekend together, and I'd finally get to embrace the daughter I'd given birth to 52 years ago. I was counting down the days with a mixture of excitement and nervousness I hadn't felt since my own children were born. I told Carol, Stephen, and Rita about Beth shortly after we first made contact. I explained that I'd had a daughter before marrying their father, had placed her for adoption, and had now been found by her. I told them I was planning to meet Beth and hoped to develop a relationship with her. Their reactions were not what I'd expected. Carol was immediately hostile, saying it was weird that I'd had a secret daughter I'd never told them about. Stephen seemed uncomfortable and said he needed time to process this information. Rita asked pointed questions about whether Beth was looking for money or inheritance. I explained that I had told their father about Beth before we married, that this wasn't a secret I'd been keeping from Frank, and that Beth seemed genuinely interested in connection, not financial gain. But my children remained cold and skeptical. As March approached and my meeting with Beth got closer, my children's attitudes worsened. Carol started calling frequently, questioning whether I was sure Beth was really my daughter, suggesting she might be a scammer using DNA tests to prey on elderly people. Stephen said he was concerned about me meeting a stranger and potentially putting myself at risk. Rita openly said she didn't want Beth inserting herself into our family and taking attention away from the children you actually raised. I tried to reassure them that meeting Beth didn't diminish my love for them, that she wasn't replacing anyone, and that I had room in my heart for all my children, including the one I'd given up 52 years ago. But they continued to express disapproval and concern right up until the week Beth was supposed to arrive. 3 days before Beth's scheduled flight, I received a call from her, crying. She said she'd gotten an email from someone claiming to be my daughter Carol, telling her that I'd been diagnosed with advanced dementia, that I didn't actually remember having a baby in 1973 or placing it for adoption, and that I was being manipulated by people around me into believing I had a long-lost daughter. The email claimed I was confused and vulnerable, and that Beth should cancel her trip because seeing her would only confuse me more and potentially cause psychological harm. It included medical terminology about dementia and false memories that sounded authoritative and frightening. Beth said she'd been devastated by the email, had called my phone number to check on me, but Carol had answered, she must have been at my house, and confirmed that I was having a difficult time with memory issues, and that the family was protecting me from stressful situations. Beth had canceled her flight, heartbroken, but believing she was doing the right thing by not putting me through a potentially harmful reunion. I was stunned. I don't have dementia. I'm cognitively sharp and have no memory issues. Someone had deliberately lied to Beth to prevent our reunion. I called Beth back immediately and told her the email was a lie, that I was perfectly healthy mentally, and that I desperately wanted to meet her. But the damage was done. She'd already canceled her flight and was now confused and uncertain about what was true. I confronted Carol about the email she'd sent to Beth. She didn't deny it. She admitted she'd sent the message claiming I had dementia, and she defended her decision by saying she'd been protecting me from being taken advantage of by a stranger. When I told her Beth wasn't a stranger, she was my biological daughter, Carol said, "She's not your daughter. We're your daughters. You raised us, not her. She's just someone who shares some DNA with you, and now she's trying to worm her way into your life and our family." I asked Carol how she'd gotten Beth's email address and phone number. Carol admitted she'd gone through my email account. She knew my password from helping me set up my computer years ago, and had found my correspondence with Beth. She'd read all our emails, learned about Beth's planned visit, and decided to intervene. When I asked why she'd lied about me having dementia instead of just expressing her concerns to me directly, Carol said she knew I wouldn't listen to her objections, so she had to take action to protect you from yourself. I called Stephen next. He admitted he'd known about Carol's plan to contact Beth and discourage her from visiting. He said he'd been uncomfortable with the whole situation and had agreed that preventing the reunion was probably for the best. Rita was the most honest. She said she'd actively encouraged Carol to stop Beth from coming. She said having Beth show up after 52 years would disrupt our family, create awkward dynamics at holidays and family gatherings, and potentially lead to inheritance disputes. She said, "You gave her up for adoption. Her adoptive parents were her real parents. You don't owe her a relationship now just because she found you on some DNA website." All three of my children had conspired to sabotage my reunion with Beth by lying about me having dementia and convincing her that meeting me would cause me psychological harm. I immediately called Beth and spent over an hour explaining what had happened, apologizing for my children's cruelty, and begging her to reschedule her visit. Beth was hurt and confused. She said she didn't want to cause problems between me and my other children, and maybe they were right that a reunion would be too disruptive. I told Beth that my children's feelings didn't outweigh my 52-year desire to meet the daughter I'd given birth to, that I'd been waiting half a century for this moment, and I wouldn't let Carol, Stephen, and Rita take it from me. Beth said she needed time to think. She'd been emotionally devastated by the dementia email and wasn't sure she could trust that meeting me would be safe or welcome, given my children's obvious hostility. Over the next 2 weeks, I sent Beth medical records from my recent physical and cognitive assessment. I'd had one done just to prove to her I was mentally sound. I sent her emails and letters explaining how much I wanted to meet her. I apologized repeatedly for my children's interference. Finally, Beth agreed to reschedule. She'd fly out in May instead of March. We'd meet at a neutral location, a hotel in a city halfway between our homes, so she wouldn't have to deal with my other children's presence. I was relieved, but also heartbroken that our first reunion had been poisoned by Carol's lies, and that Beth now approached our meeting with wariness instead of the joy and anticipation we'd both felt before. I told Carol, Stephen, and Rita they were not to contact Beth again, not to interfere in any way, and that I was furious about what they'd done. Carol said I was choosing a stranger over my real children. Stephen said I was being manipulated, and they'd been trying to prevent that. Rita said I'd regret bringing Beth into the family, and that they were just protecting me from making a mistake. None of them apologized. None acknowledged that lying about me having dementia to sabotage my reunion with my biological daughter was cruel and wrong. Beth and I met in May as rescheduled. Seeing her for the first time in 52 years, holding my daughter, looking into eyes that resembled mine, hearing about her life and her children, was one of the most profound experiences of my life. We spent 3 days together talking, crying, sharing photos, and building the foundation of a relationship that had been stolen from us 52 years ago, when I'd had no choice but to give her up. Beth was gracious about the March incident, saying she understood families were complicated. But I could tell the lies Carol had told still hurt her. Since May, Beth and I have been video chatting weekly. She's invited me to visit her in Oregon this fall to meet my biological grandchildren. We're building a relationship slowly and carefully, both aware that we've missed 52 years we can't get back, but grateful for whatever time we have now. My relationship with Carol, Stephen, and Rita has been permanently damaged. I've told all three that their interference in my reunion with Beth was unforgivable. Carol continues to defend her actions, saying she was protecting me. Stephen has offered a weak apology but still maintains that he was concerned for my well-being. Rita refuses to apologize at all, saying she stands by her position that Beth shouldn't be part of our family. When I told them I'd be going to Oregon to meet my biological grandchildren, Rita said, "What, we're not enough for you? You need more grandchildren now?" The jealousy and possessiveness were obvious. I've explained repeatedly that loving Beth doesn't mean I love them less, but they refuse to understand. They see my relationship with Beth as a betrayal of them, as though acknowledging my first daughter somehow negates my relationship with my other children. It doesn't. I love Carol, Stephen, and Rita. I raised them, watched them grow, celebrated their lives. But I also love Beth, the daughter I gave birth to at 18, the daughter I thought about every day for 52 years, the daughter I finally got to meet, despite my other children's attempts to prevent it. Some people think I should be more understanding of Carol, Stephen, and Rita's feelings. They say finding out their mother had another child was probably shocking and they reacted poorly but meant well. But meaning well doesn't justify lying to a woman that her birth mother has dementia to prevent a reunion 52 years in the making. I'm 70 years old. I gave up a daughter when I was 18 because I had no other choice. I spent 52 years wondering about her, hoping she was happy, wishing I could know her. When she found me and wanted to meet me, my other children sabotaged that reunion through deliberate lies because they were jealous and possessive. They failed. Beth and I met anyway, but they poisoned what should have been a purely joyful reunion with their cruelty and manipulation. I'm building a relationship with Beth now, visiting Oregon to meet my biological grandchildren, and making up for lost time as much as possible. Carol, Stephen, and Rita are dealing with the consequences of their interference. A mother who no longer trusts them and who refuses to exclude Beth from her life to make them comfortable. They wanted me to choose between them and Beth. I've chosen to love all my children, even the ones who tried to sabotage my relationship with each other. That's my choice to make, and I'm at peace with it, even though it means my family will never be whole the way I'd hoped. I found my daughter after 52 years, and no amount of jealousy or manipulation from my other children can take that away from me now. My family got me removed from the pilgrimage group I'd been planning for 5 years. I'm 70 years old, and for the past 5 years I've been planning and preparing to walk the Camino de Santiago, the ancient pilgrimage route across northern Spain that culminates at the Cathedral of Santiago de Compostela. This has been my dream since I was a young woman, when I first read about the Camino in college. My late husband, William, and I always said we'd walk it together someday, but life got busy with careers and raising children, and someday never came before William died from a heart attack 7 years ago. After William's death, I decided I would finally walk the Camino, not just for myself, but as a spiritual journey to process my grief, honor William's memory, and fulfill the dream we'd shared for over 40 years. At 63, I knew I needed to prepare seriously if I was going to complete the 500-mile journey, so I started training. For 5 years, I've been preparing for this pilgrimage. I joined hiking clubs and gradually increased my distances, starting with 3-mile walks and building up to 15-mile day hikes with a weighted pack. I took Spanish classes so I could communicate in small villages along the route. I researched the history and spiritual significance of the Camino, reading memoirs and guidebooks. I saved money specifically for this trip. I got in the best physical shape of my life through daily walking and strength training. Last year, I booked my spot with a guided Camino group that specializes in supporting older pilgrims. The group provides luggage transport between towns, arranges accommodations, and has support vehicles available for pilgrims who need rest days or medical assistance. The trip was scheduled for this September, and I'd paid the $4,500 fee in full. My children, Rebecca, 48, Martin, 45, and Ellen, 42, had always been skeptical about my Camino plans. Rebecca thought walking 500 miles at my age was unrealistic and dangerous. Martin questioned whether I was physically capable of that level of exertion. Ellen worried I'd injure myself and end up stranded in Spain, requiring them to come rescue me. I'd tried to reassure them that I'd been training for years, that the guided group had safety protocols, that thousands of people in their 60s and 70s complete the Camino annually. But they remained convinced this was a reckless idea that would end badly. 6 weeks before my scheduled departure, I received an email from Sarah, the tour company coordinator. She said they'd received concerning medical information about me from a family member and needed to discuss whether I was fit to participate in the physically demanding pilgrimage. I called Sarah immediately, confused. She explained that someone identifying themselves as my daughter had called the tour company claiming I'd been having serious health issues, including chest pains, dizziness, and mobility problems. The caller had said I was in denial about my declining health and shouldn't be attempting a 500-mile walk. The caller had urged the company to remove me from the group for my own safety. I told Sarah this was completely false. I'd had a full physical 2 months ago, and my doctor had cleared me for the Camino. I had no chest pains, no dizziness, no mobility issues. I was in excellent health. Sarah said she wanted to believe me, but the company had liability concerns. If a family member was reporting serious health problems and I had a medical emergency during the pilgrimage, the company could be held responsible for allowing me to participate despite warnings. She said I'd need to provide detailed medical clearance from my doctor, not just a standard physical, but specific documentation addressing the concerns raised by my daughter, including cardiac testing and assessment of my ability to walk 15 to 20 miles daily for 30-plus days. I was furious, but agreed to get the documentation. I called my doctor's office and explained the situation. My doctor was supportive and ordered an EKG, stress test, and comprehensive physical assessment, specifically addressing my fitness for the Camino. All tests came back excellent. My heart was healthy, my stamina was strong, and my doctor wrote a detailed letter stating I was fully capable of completing the Camino de Santiago pilgrimage and had no medical contraindications to extended walking. I submitted this documentation to Sarah. She said it looked good, and she was satisfied with my medical clearance. But 2 weeks later, she called again. The tour company had received additional calls from family members, this time claiming I'd had a recent fall that resulted in a concussion and that I'd been forgetting things and showing signs of cognitive decline. The callers said my doctor might not be aware of these recent developments and that the company should do the right thing and remove me from the group before I got hurt. None of this was true. I hadn't fallen. I had no concussion. I had no cognitive decline. Sarah said she believed me, but the company's insurance provider had gotten involved. With multiple family members reporting serious health concerns, the insurance company was advising the tour company to remove me from the group to avoid liability risk. 3 weeks before departure, I received formal notice that my spot on the Camino pilgrimage had been canceled. The tour company refunded my $4,500, but said they couldn't allow me to participate given the documented family concerns about my health and safety. 5 years of preparation, training, saving, and dreaming, destroyed by my own children lying to the tour company about my health. I confronted Rebecca first. She admitted she'd called the tour company claiming I was having chest pains and mobility issues. When I asked why she'd lied, she said she'd been genuinely worried about me attempting such a physically demanding journey at 70 and had thought if the tour company knew about her concerns they'd help convince me this trip was too risky. I told Rebecca there were no chest pains or mobility issues. She'd invented them. She said she'd exaggerated slightly to make sure the company took her concerns seriously, but maintained she'd been trying to protect me from hurting myself on a pilgrimage I wasn't physically prepared for. I told her I'd been training for 5 years and had medical clearance. Rebecca said no amount of training changes the fact that I'm 70 years old and attempting a 500-mile walk was asking for a heart attack or broken hip. Martin admitted he'd made the second round of calls claiming I'd had a fall and was showing cognitive decline. He said he'd been escalating the concerns because the tour company hadn't taken Rebecca's first call seriously enough. He'd hoped that reports of a concussion and dementia would definitely get me removed from the group. When I asked how he could lie about me having dementia, Martin said he'd been desperate to stop me from going on what he saw as a dangerous vanity project. He said if making up a concussion and cognitive problems was what it took to keep me safe, he'd do it again. Ellen admitted she'd also contacted the tour company supporting Rebecca and Martin's claims. She'd told them she was very concerned about her mother's declining health and urged them to remove me from the pilgrimage for liability reasons. All three of my children had conspired to lie to the tour company, inventing medical conditions I didn't have, to get me removed from the Camino pilgrimage I'd spent 5 years preparing for. I asked them how they could destroy something so meaningful to me. Rebecca said the Camino was dangerous, and they'd been saving my life by preventing me from going. Martin said I could find other ways to honor Dad's memory that didn't involve risking my health. Ellen said in a few years I'd thank them for stopping me from making a terrible mistake. I told all three I wanted nothing to do with them. Rebecca said I was choosing a hiking trip over my own children. Martin said I was being stubborn and ungrateful when they'd only been trying to help. Ellen said I was proving their point, that I wasn't thinking clearly if I'd cut off family over this. I contacted other Camino tour companies to see if I could book a last-minute spot with a different group, but September is peak Camino season. Everything was fully booked. The earliest available guided group wasn't until April of next year, 7 months away. I could attempt to walk the Camino independently without a tour group, but at 70, traveling alone in a foreign country while walking 500 miles seemed genuinely risky. Ironically, the very risk my children claimed to be worried about. My 5-year dream of walking the Camino this fall, of honoring William's memory through this pilgrimage, of fulfilling a goal we'd shared for over 40 years, destroyed by my children's lies about my health. I spent weeks grieving the loss of my planned Camino journey. The tour company had been sympathetic but firm. They couldn't override their insurance company's decision to exclude me based on multiple family member reports of health concerns. Then, I got angry. My children had stolen this experience from me through deliberate lies. They'd made false medical claims that destroyed my credibility with the tour company. They'd used the system against me in a way that was almost impossible to counter. How do you prove you didn't have a fall or don't have cognitive decline when family members are claiming otherwise? I decided I would walk the Camino independently in April, without a tour group. It would be more challenging, but I'd been training for 5 years and was capable. I researched independent Camino walking, joined online forums, and started planning a solo journey. When Rebecca found out, she said I was being reckless and threatened to contact whatever accommodations I booked to warn them about my health issues. I told her if she interfered with my April Camino plans, I'd pursue legal action for defamation and tortious interference. Martin said I was too old to be doing this alone, and that if something happened to me in Spain, they wouldn't come rescue me. I told him I didn't want his rescue. I wanted him out of my life entirely. Ellen said planning another Camino trip proved I was obsessed and not thinking rationally. I told her my rational thought was that after 5 years of preparation, I deserved to complete this pilgrimage, and her lies wouldn't stop me. I've booked flights and accommodations for April. I've connected with other solo pilgrims through online forums who'll be walking around the same time. I've arranged for a local service to transport my luggage between towns so I only carry a day pack. I've informed my doctor of my plans and gotten updated medical clearance. I'm walking the Camino in April, 7 months later than planned, but I'm walking it. My children's lies cost me this September's journey, the timing I'd specifically chosen because it would have been William's 73rd birthday during the walk. I'd planned to light a candle for him at the cathedral in Santiago on his birthday. Instead, I'll walk in April and honor his memory then. The relationship with Rebecca, Martin, and Ellen is permanently damaged. They haven't apologized. They continue to insist they were protecting me from my own poor judgment. Rebecca has made vague threats about interfering with my April plans. Martin has said he won't be responsible for what happens to me in Spain. Ellen has told other family members I'm being reckless and stubborn. Some people think I should forgive my children since they claim they were motivated by concern for my safety. But concern doesn't justify lying to tour companies about falls and dementia. Concern doesn't mean inventing medical emergencies to get your parent removed from something they've trained 5 years to accomplish. If they'd been genuinely concerned, they could have talked to me, come on training hikes with me, met with my doctor to discuss my fitness. Instead, they went behind my back and sabotaged my pilgrimage through lies. I'm 70. I'm walking the Camino de Santiago in April, and I'm doing it without my children's blessing or involvement. They tried to stop me by destroying this fall's journey. They failed to stop me permanently. 5 years of training, preparation, and dreaming weren't wasted. They were just delayed by 7 months because my children decided they knew better than me, my doctor, and the tour company's own assessment what I was capable of. I'll walk those 500 miles across Spain. I'll reach the Cathedral of Santiago de Compostela. I'll honor William's memory and fulfill our shared dream, and my children won't be part of that journey or the joy of completing it. That's what they earned by lying to stop me. Exclusion from one of the most meaningful experiences of my life. I'm at peace with that. And I'll be at peace on the Camino in April, walking without them. My children tried to have me declared mentally incompetent to force me into a nursing home. I'm 72 years old, widowed for 3 years, and until last month, I lived independently in the house my husband and I built 40 years ago. I've always been sharp, healthy, and active. I volunteer at the library twice a week, maintain my garden, manage my own finances, and drive myself wherever I need to go. My doctor says I'm in excellent health for my age, both physically and mentally. My 3 adult children, Robert, 48, Susan, 45, and Michael, 42, have been pressuring me to sell my house and move into an assisted living facility since my husband died. They say the house is too much for me to handle alone, that I'm isolating myself, and that I'd be safer in a supervised environment. I've repeatedly told them I'm perfectly capable of living independently and have no interest in assisted living. 6 weeks ago, Robert called saying he wanted to take me to lunch. When I met him at the restaurant, Susan and Michael were there too, along with a woman I didn't know who introduced herself as Dr. Patricia Hoffman, a geriatric psychiatrist. They'd ambushed me with what was essentially a mental competency evaluation disguised as a casual lunch. Dr. Hoffman started asking me questions. What year is it? Who's the president? Can I count backwards from 100? Can I remember 3 words she'd say and repeat them back later? I was furious at the deception, but answered her questions to prove I was perfectly competent. After about 30 minutes, Dr. Hoffman excused herself, and my children started their pitch. They'd found a wonderful assisted living community. They'd already put down a deposit on a room, and they wanted me to move there within the month. I told them absolutely not. I'm not moving into assisted living when I'm fully capable of living independently. Robert said they were worried about me and thought this was the best decision. I said it was my decision to make, not theirs, and I was staying in my house. Susan said something that made my blood run cold. Mom, we're trying to do this the nice way. But if you won't cooperate, we can pursue legal options to make decisions for you. She meant having me declared mentally incompetent and getting guardianship over me. My own children were threatening to have me legally declared unable to make my own decisions, so they could force me into a nursing home I didn't want or need. I left the restaurant immediately and drove home. That evening, I called my attorney, the same one who'd handled my husband's estate, and explained what had happened. He was appalled and said what my children were attempting was called granny grabbing, adult children trying to take control of an elderly parent's life and assets against their will. He advised me to get a comprehensive medical and mental evaluation from my own doctors to document my competency, and to be prepared for my children to potentially file for guardianship. 1 week after the ambush lunch, I received legal papers. Robert, Susan, and Michael had filed a petition for guardianship, claiming I was mentally deteriorating, unable to care for myself safely, showing signs of dementia, and at risk of self-harm through neglect. They'd submitted Dr. Hoffman's evaluation as evidence, along with sworn statements claiming I'd been forgetting things, getting confused, leaving the stove on, and exhibiting other signs of cognitive decline. Every claim was false. I've never shown signs of dementia. I've never left the stove on or forgotten where I was. My children had lied in sworn legal documents to make me seem incompetent. My attorney immediately filed opposition to the guardianship petition. We submitted medical records from my primary care physician showing excellent cognitive function, results from a comprehensive neurological exam showing no signs of dementia or cognitive impairment, and statements from my volunteer supervisor at the library and several friends attesting to my mental sharpness and independent living capabilities. We also discovered something disturbing. Dr. Hoffman's evaluation had been paid for by my children before they'd even met with me. They'd hired her specifically to evaluate me for competency, and her report was suspiciously aligned with their guardianship petition, despite her having spent only 30 minutes with me in a restaurant setting. The guardianship hearing was scheduled for 3 weeks out. My attorney said we'd fight it aggressively, but warned me that judges sometimes err on the side of caution with elderly individuals, and might grant temporary guardianship pending further evaluation. During those 3 weeks, my children escalated their campaign. Robert showed up at my house unannounced multiple times, walking through rooms and taking photos of anything that looked messy or disorganized, a stack of mail on my counter, dishes in the sink, laundry I hadn't folded yet. He was building a case that I couldn't manage my household. Susan contacted my doctor's office claiming to be calling on my behalf, trying to get access to my medical records. When the office called me to verify, I realized she'd been attempting to access my private health information without my consent. Michael told several of my friends and neighbors that I was struggling with memory issues, and asked them to report any concerning behaviors they noticed. He was trying to create a narrative of incompetence among people in my life. I felt like I was under surveillance in my own home. Everything I did or said might be twisted and used against me in court to paint me as incompetent. My attorney deposed Dr. Hoffman before the hearing. Under oath, she admitted she'd been hired by my children before meeting me, had been told I was refusing necessary care, and had conducted only a brief, informal evaluation in a restaurant. She acknowledged this wasn't a proper competency evaluation, and that her conclusions were preliminary impressions rather than definitive diagnoses. We also deposed my children. Under oath, they couldn't provide specific examples of the concerning behaviors they'd claimed in their petition. When asked to name a single instance of me forgetting something important or getting confused, they gave vague responses like, "There have been several times," but couldn't cite actual incidents. The guardianship hearing was in front of Judge Sandra Martinez. My attorney presented my medical records, my doctor's statements, my neurological exam results, and testimony from my volunteer supervisor about my competence and reliability. My primary care physician testified that I showed no signs of cognitive impairment and was fully capable of independent living and decision-making. My children's attorney presented Dr. Hoffman's evaluation and my children's sworn statements about concerning behaviors. But under cross-examination, their case fell apart. Dr. Hoffman admitted her evaluation was inadequate. My children couldn't provide concrete examples of incompetence. The photos Robert had taken of my slightly messy house proved nothing about my mental capacity. Judge Martinez denied the guardianship petition entirely. She said the evidence showed I was clearly competent to make my own decisions. and that my children's petition appeared to be motivated by their preferences about where I should live, rather than genuine concerns about my welfare. She warned them about filing frivolous guardianship petitions and wasting court resources. I walked out of that courthouse still in control of my own life. But I was devastated that my own children had tried to take that control away through lies and legal manipulation. After the guardianship petition was denied, my relationship with my children completely fractured. I was angry and hurt that they'd been willing to have me declared mentally incompetent based on fabrications just to force me into assisted living. I asked them directly why they'd done this, why they'd lied to a judge, hired a psychiatrist to evaluate me under false pretenses, and tried to take away my autonomy and independence. Robert admitted they wanted me to sell my house because maintaining it is too much work for someone my age, and they were worried about me isolating after my husband died. Susan said they thought assisted living would be better for me, whether I realized it or not, and that if I wouldn't go willingly, they had to make the decision for me. Michael was more honest. He said they'd already picked out which assisted living facility I'd go to, had budgeted for the costs, and had planned what to do with my house after I moved. They'd made decisions about my life without me, and then tried to use the legal system to enforce those decisions when I wouldn't comply. None of them showed genuine remorse for lying in legal documents or trying to have me declared incompetent. They all maintained they'd been trying to help, and that I was being stubborn by refusing to see they were right. I told them I wanted no contact with any of them until they could acknowledge what they'd done was wrong and apologize sincerely. Robert said that was dramatic. Susan said I was punishing them for caring. Michael said I was being difficult as usual. I haven't spoken to any of my children since that conversation 2 months ago. They've called and texted, but not to apologize, only to continue trying to convince me that assisted living is the right choice and that I should forgive them for trying to help. My attorney helped me create a healthcare directive and power of attorney explicitly excluding my children from making any decisions on my behalf. I designated my longtime friend Barbara as my healthcare proxy and financial power of attorney, with instructions that under no circumstances should my children be given decision-making power over me. I also updated my will. I hadn't planned to disinherit anyone, but after what my children did, I'm reconsidering. My attorney suggested a no-contest clause. If any beneficiary challenges the will, they forfeit their inheritance entirely. That way, if my children try to claim I was incompetent when I wrote it, they lose everything. Some people think I'm being too harsh. They say my children were worried about me and just went about it the wrong way. But they didn't just go about it the wrong way. They lied to a judge in sworn statements, hired a doctor to give them the evaluation they wanted, and tried to have me legally declared unable to make my own decisions. I'm 72, not 92. I'm healthy, sharp, and fully capable of living independently. My children decided they knew better than me what I should do with my life, and when I wouldn't agree, they tried to use the legal system to take away my autonomy. That's not love or concern. That's control. And I will not let my children control me. I'm still living in my house. I'm still volunteering at the library. I'm still managing my own affairs perfectly well. I've added security cameras to my property because I don't trust my children not to try something else. I've informed my doctors, my bank, and anyone else who might be contacted that my children are not authorized to make decisions on my behalf or access my information. My grandchildren have reached out asking what happened and why I'm not at family gatherings anymore. I've had to explain to them that their parents tried to have me declared mentally incompetent to force me into a nursing home I didn't need, and that I can't have a relationship with people who do that. Some of the grandkids are horrified. Others seem to believe their parents' version, that I'm being stubborn and difficult and refusing help I need. The saddest part is that if my children had approached this differently, if they'd expressed their concerns respectfully, suggested assisted living as an option, and accepted my decision when I said no, we could have maintained our relationship. But they chose manipulation and legal coercion instead, and that's destroyed the trust that existed between us. I don't know if I'll ever reconcile with Robert, Susan, and Michael. Right now, I don't want to. They showed me that they're willing to lie, manipulate, and use the legal system to control me when I don't do what they want. That's not a relationship I want to continue. I'm in my 70s, I'm healthy and competent, and I'll live independently for as long as I'm capable. When and if I need assisted living or additional care, I'll make that decision myself, not because my children decided it for me. They tried to take away my autonomy. They failed. And now they're living with the consequences. A mother who doesn't trust them and doesn't want them in her life. That's what happens when you try to control someone who's perfectly capable of controlling themselves. You lose the relationship entirely. And I'm at peace with that. My children sabotaged my relationship with my late wife's best friend by spreading lies. I'm 74 years old and I lost my wife Dorothy 4 years ago after 52 years of marriage. Dorothy was diagnosed with early-onset Alzheimer's at 63, and I cared for her at home for the final 9 years of her life, watching the woman I loved slowly disappear. Her death was both devastating and, honestly, a relief. Not because I wanted her gone, but because I wanted her suffering to end. For 3 years after Dorothy died, I grieved and adjusted to living alone. My children, Kenneth, 50, Barbara, 48, and Linda, 45, were supportive during this time. They helped me sort through Dorothy's belongings, invited me to family dinners, and checked on me regularly. I appreciated their care, even as I struggled with the loneliness of being alone after 5 decades of partnership. About 18 months ago, I reconnected with Judith, who had been Dorothy's closest friend for over 30 years. Judith's husband had passed away from cancer around the same time Dorothy died, so we'd both been navigating widowhood. We started having coffee together occasionally, mostly to reminisce about our spouses and support each other through grief. Over time, those coffee meetings became something more. We started having dinner together, going to movies, taking walks in the park. We both acknowledged that we were developing feelings for each other, not replacing our late spouses, but finding companionship and even love again in our 70s. Dorothy and Judith had talked about this possibility years ago, before Dorothy got sick. Dorothy had told Judith, and me, that if anything happened to her, she hoped I'd find happiness again, and she'd specifically said she'd be glad if Judith and I found comfort with each other, because she trusted Judith and knew we'd take care of each other. 6 months ago, Judith and I decided to make our relationship official. We weren't getting married. Both of us felt that remarriage at our age was unnecessary, but we were committed partners. We were spending most evenings together, had introduced each other's families, and were genuinely happy. That's when my children's behavior changed. Kenneth started making comments about how soon it was after Mom's death. 4 years felt like plenty of grieving time to me. Barbara said she was uncomfortable with me dating Mom's best friend, like it was disrespectful to Dorothy's memory. Linda was more blunt. She said Judith was trying to replace Mom, and that I was betraying my marriage vows. I explained that Dorothy had wanted me to find happiness, that Judith wasn't replacing anyone, and that we were both adults capable of making our own decisions about companionship. My children seemed to reluctantly accept this, though they remained cold toward Judith whenever we were all together. 3 weeks ago, Judith told me she needed to talk about something serious. She said she'd been getting calls and messages from my children, calls where they told her she was causing problems in our family, that I was not thinking clearly due to grief, and that she should step away from me for my own good. Kenneth had told Judith that I'd been saying concerning things about her to him privately, suggesting I wasn't as happy in the relationship as I seemed. Barbara had told Judith that my health was declining and that the stress of a new relationship was too much for me. Linda had been more direct. She'd told Judith that the family didn't accept their relationship and never would, and that continuing to see me would damage my relationships with my children and grandchildren. I was shocked. I'd never said concerning things about Judith to Kenneth. I'd been nothing but happy. My health wasn't declining. I'd just had my annual physical, and my doctor said I was in excellent shape for my age. And while my children had been cool toward Judith, I hadn't realized they'd been actively trying to convince her to leave me. Judith said she'd initially ignored the calls, but they'd become more frequent and more aggressive. She said Barbara had called her just yesterday to say that I'd been forgetting things and getting confused, and that Judith should end the relationship before I got too attached to someone I might not even remember in a few years due to possible dementia. This last lie was particularly cruel because of Dorothy's Alzheimer's. My children knew how devastating that disease had been for our family, and they were using fear of me developing it to try to drive Judith away. I called Kenneth immediately. Kenneth initially denied everything, saying Judith was exaggerating or misunderstanding his concern. But when I told him I knew about the specific lies, the claims about my health declining, about me saying concerning things, about dementia, he admitted he'd been calling Judith. He said he and his sisters had been worried about me getting into a serious relationship so soon after Mom died. When I pointed out it had been 4 years, he said it felt soon to them, and they were concerned I was rushing into something with Judith. I asked why they'd lied to her about my health and about me supposedly saying negative things about our relationship. Kenneth said they'd been trying to protect me from making a mistake, and they thought if Judith believed I wasn't fully committed to the relationship or that my health was concerning, she'd back away on her own and I wouldn't get hurt. I told him that lying to Judith and trying to manipulate her into leaving me wasn't protection. It was interference in my adult relationship and my personal life. I called Barbara next. She was less apologetic than Kenneth. She said she'd called Judith multiple times to make sure she understood the family's position on the relationship. When I asked what that position was, Barbara said they didn't think it was appropriate for me to be with Mom's best friend, that it felt like a betrayal, and that they'd hoped Judith would respect their feelings and end things. I told Barbara that my relationship with Judith wasn't about her feelings. Barbara said as Dorothy's daughter, she had a right to feel uncomfortable with me dating her mother's best friend, and I should care about that discomfort. I asked if she'd rather I be lonely for the rest of my life, just so she didn't have to feel uncomfortable. Barbara didn't have a good answer to that. Linda was the most honest when I confronted her. She admitted she'd told Judith the family would never accept her, that continuing the relationship would damage my relationships with my grandchildren, and that Judith should leave me for my own good. When I asked why she'd done this, Linda said, "Because I don't want to watch you replace Mom. I don't want to see you with another woman at Christmas or Thanksgiving. I don't want my kids calling Judith Grandma or having to include her in family events. I want our family to stay the way it was when Mom was alive." I told Linda that family couldn't stay the way it was when Dorothy was alive because Dorothy was gone, that I'd grieved for 4 years, that I'd been lonely, and that finding companionship with Judith had brought joy back into my life. Linda said she understood I was lonely, but she didn't think Judith was the answer. She said if I wanted companionship, I should find someone new who didn't have decades of history with our family, someone who wouldn't be at every family gathering reminding everyone that Mom was gone and replaced. I told her Judith wasn't replacing anyone. Linda said, "But she is, Dad. She's Mom's best friend, sitting in Mom's spot at the table, going to the places you and Mom used to go. Every time I see you with her, I see Mom's absence, and I hate it." I realized then that my children's interference wasn't really about protecting me or worrying about my judgment. It was about their own grief and their discomfort with visible evidence that life continues after loss. But their grief didn't give them the right to sabotage my relationship through lies and manipulation. I told all 3 of my children that I was furious about what they'd done and needed space from them while I processed their betrayal. Kenneth said I was overreacting and they'd only been trying to help. Barbara said I was choosing Judith over my own children. Linda cried and said she couldn't bear to watch me move on from Mom. I told them that moving on wasn't betrayal, it was survival. That I'd loved Dorothy with everything I had for 52 years, and I'd cared for her through 9 years of devastating illness, and I'd earned the right to find happiness again. I also told them that their mother, the woman they claimed to be protecting the memory of, had explicitly told me and Judith that she hoped we'd find comfort with each other if anything happened to her. They were dishonoring Dorothy's wishes in the name of protecting her memory. Kenneth said he didn't remember Mom saying that. I told him that just because he didn't remember didn't mean it hadn't happened. Dorothy knew she was dying, knew I'd be alone, and had wanted me to be happy. She'd specifically blessed a potential relationship with Judith because she trusted both of us. Barbara said even if Mom had said that, she'd probably been confused due to the Alzheimer's. I told her that conversation had happened early in Dorothy's diagnosis, when she was still lucid and capable of expressing her wishes clearly. Barbara was trying to rewrite history to fit her preferred narrative. Judith and I talked extensively about whether to continue our relationship given my children's opposition. Judith said she didn't want to cause a permanent rift between me and my children, and that maybe she should step back if it meant preserving my family relationships. I told her, absolutely not. My children had lied, manipulated, and interfered in our relationship, and I wasn't going to reward that behavior by doing what they wanted. I loved Judith. I was happy with her, and I wasn't going to give up that happiness because my adult children were uncomfortable with me moving forward after 4 years of widowhood. It's been 3 weeks since I discovered what my children had been doing. I've maintained my distance from Kenneth, Barbara, and Linda. They've called and texted, but mostly to continue arguing that they were trying to help, rather than to genuinely apologize for lying to Judith and trying to sabotage our relationship. My grandchildren have started asking why Grandpa isn't at family dinners anymore. Linda told her kids that I was too busy with Judith to spend time with family, which is another lie. I've been avoiding family gatherings because I don't want to be around my children right now, not because Judith has monopolized my time. Some people think I'm being too harsh on my children. They say Kenneth, Barbara, and Linda were grieving their mother and struggling with seeing me move on, and I should have more compassion for their feelings. But they weren't just struggling with feelings. They were actively lying to Judith to drive her away from me. They told her I was developing dementia, exploiting our family's trauma around Dorothy's Alzheimer's. They told her my health was failing. They told her I'd said negative things about our relationship. They tried to convince her that continuing to see me would damage my relationship with my grandchildren. Those weren't expressions of grief. Those were calculated lies designed to manipulate Judith into leaving me. Judith and I are still together. We're happy. We talk about Dorothy often. Judith loved her dearly and isn't trying to replace her or erase her memory. We're two people who lost our spouses, who found comfort and eventually love with each other, and who are making the most of whatever time we have left. My children are dealing with the consequences of their interference. A father who doesn't trust them and doesn't want them involved in his personal life anymore. I'm 74 years old. Dorothy has been gone for 4 years. I've grieved, I've healed, and I've found happiness again with someone who understands loss and cherishes the time we have together. My children tried to take that happiness away by lying to the woman I love and trying to convince her to leave me. They failed, but they damaged our relationship in the process. I don't know if I'll fully reconcile with Kenneth, Barbara, and Linda. Right now, I'm focused on my relationship with Judith and on living whatever years I have left with joy rather than loneliness. Dorothy would have wanted that for me. She told me so herself before she lost the ability to tell me anything. And I'm going to honor her wishes by being happy with Judith, regardless of whether my children ever accept it. That's my choice to make, not theirs. And I'm at peace with it. My family got me banned from the Veterans Center where I'd volunteered for 22 years. I'm 78 years old, a Korean War veteran, and for the past 22 years I've volunteered at the local VA medical center. 3 days a week, I help other veterans navigate the VA system, filling out benefits paperwork, accompanying them to appointments, helping them access services they've earned through their military service. This volunteer work has been one of the most meaningful parts of my life since my wife, Helen, passed away 8 years ago. I'm good at it, the veterans I help appreciate it, and it gives me purpose and routine. My son, Douglas, 54, and daughter, Patricia, 51, have been suggesting for the past 2 years that I should slow down and reduce my volunteer hours. They think 3 days a week is too much for someone my age, that the VA work is stressful, and that I should be enjoying retirement instead of spending so much time helping other veterans. I've told them repeatedly that I am enjoying retirement. I love my volunteer work. The veterans I help are often dealing with complex bureaucracy while managing PTSD, disabilities, or other service-related issues. I understand what they're going through because I've been there. Helping them navigate the system they served to create is rewarding, not stressful. 6 weeks ago, I received a call from Sandra, the volunteer coordinator at the VA Center. She asked me to come in for a meeting to discuss some concerns that have been raised about my volunteer work. I was confused, but agreed to meet with her. When I arrived at Sandra's office, she looked uncomfortable. She said the VA had received multiple reports from family members concerned about my well-being, claiming I was showing signs of cognitive decline, getting confused while helping veterans, making errors in paperwork that could affect veterans' benefits, and generally struggling to perform my volunteer duties at the level required. I was shocked. I haven't had any cognitive issues. I'm sharp, organized, and meticulous with paperwork. I double-check everything because I know how important these benefits applications are to veterans' lives. Sandra said the reports had been detailed and consistent across multiple sources, and the VA had to take them seriously. She said they needed me to undergo a cognitive assessment and get medical clearance before I could continue volunteering. I agreed immediately. I had nothing to hide and wanted to prove the reports were false. But Sandra said that until the assessment was completed and clearance obtained, I was suspended from all volunteer activities at the VA Center. Just like that, after 22 years of service, I was banned from the place that had become central to my identity and purpose. I went home, devastated and angry. Who had filed these reports? Who was claiming I was cognitively declining and making errors? That evening, Patricia called to check on me. During the conversation, she mentioned she'd heard from the VA that I was taking a break from volunteering. I hadn't told anyone yet about the suspension. How did she know? I asked her directly, had she contacted the VA about me? Patricia hesitated, then admitted she had. She said she'd been worried about me working so much and had called to express concerns. When I asked what specific concerns, she said I'd seemed more tired lately, and she was worried the volunteer work was becoming too much. I asked if she'd told the VA I was cognitively declining or making errors in paperwork. Patricia admitted she'd mentioned that I'd seemed confused recently and that she was concerned about whether I could handle complex paperwork anymore. When I asked for examples of when I'd seemed confused, she couldn't provide any. She said it was just a general impression, and that she'd been trying to look out for me. I called Douglas next. He admitted he'd also contacted the VA. He'd told them I'd been forgetting things, and that he was concerned about veterans relying on someone who might be experiencing age-related cognitive decline. Both of my children had filed false reports about my mental capabilities to get me removed from volunteer work they disapproved of. I scheduled the cognitive assessment immediately. My doctor referred me to a neuropsychologist who conducted comprehensive testing: memory, executive function, problem-solving, attention, everything that would be relevant to the volunteer work I do. The results came back perfect. No cognitive impairment, no signs of dementia or decline. The neuropsychologist wrote in her report that my cognitive function was excellent for any age, particularly impressive for 78, and that I showed no deficits that would prevent complex paperwork or decision-making tasks. I submitted this report to Sandra at the VA, along with a letter from my primary care physician, confirming I was in good health and fully capable of continuing my volunteer work. But I also wanted to know the full extent of what my children had done. I filed a Freedom of Information Act request for all communications the VA had received regarding my volunteer status. What I discovered was worse than I'd imagined. Douglas and Patricia hadn't just made one call each expressing vague concerns. Over a period of 3 months, they'd contacted the VA 6 different times, each time escalating their claims about my declining abilities. Their first contact had been gentle concern about whether I was overdoing it. The second had mentioned I'd seemed forgetful. By the third and fourth contacts, they were claiming I'd made serious errors in benefits paperwork that had affected veterans' applications. The fifth and sixth contacts claimed I'd gotten confused during appointments with veterans and had inappropriate emotional reactions to stressed veterans' situations. Every single claim was fabricated. There had been no errors in paperwork. I'd checked with the veterans I'd been helping, and all their applications had been processed correctly. There had been no confused moments or inappropriate reactions. I'd been performing my volunteer duties perfectly well. Douglas and Patricia had systematically lied to the VA over 3 months, building a case that I was cognitively declining and professionally incompetent, specifically to get me removed from volunteer work they thought was too much for me. When I confronted them with the FOIA documents, they didn't deny the pattern of false reports. Patricia said they'd been genuinely concerned and had thought reporting problems to the VA would force me to face reality that I needed to retire from volunteering. Douglas admitted they'd exaggerated and maybe made up some examples, but maintained they'd been trying to protect me from working too hard. I asked how inventing errors in veterans' benefits paperwork, errors that could have made the VA question every application I'd ever helped with, was protecting me. Douglas said they'd thought if the VA took me off volunteer duty, I'd accept it and move on, rather than fighting to return. They'd been willing to damage my reputation with the VA, potentially harm veterans whose applications I'd helped with, and destroy 22 years of volunteer service, all because they thought I worked too much and should spend my time differently. I told both of them I was furious and needed distance while I processed this betrayal. Sandra at the VA called to say my volunteer status was fully reinstated. The cognitive assessment and medical clearance proved I was capable, and after reviewing the pattern of false reports from my children, the VA was confident the concerns had been unfounded. Sandra also said something that stung. The false reports had created extra work for her office, had caused other volunteers to question whether I'd actually been making errors, potentially damaging working relationships, and had wasted VA resources investigating fabricated claims during a time when those resources should have been focused on helping veterans. My children's lies had rippled beyond just me. They'd affected an entire organization. It's been 6 weeks since my volunteer status was reinstated. I'm back at the VA 3 days a week, helping veterans navigate benefits paperwork, accompanying them to appointments, and providing the support I've been giving for 22 years. But something has changed. The other volunteers and some staff members know there was an investigation, even if they don't know all the details. A few have asked if I'm feeling okay, or if I need any help with my duties. Subtle questions that suggest they wonder if the concerns might have been partially valid. I've had to explain repeatedly that the reports were false, filed by family members who disagreed with how I spend my time. Most people have been understanding, but the damage to my reputation is done. There's a whisper of doubt that wasn't there before my children's campaign of lies. Douglas and Patricia have both apologized, but their apologies focused on how things escalated, rather than acknowledging the fundamental wrongness of filing false reports about my cognitive abilities to an organization I'd served for 22 years. Patricia said she never meant for it to go this far and thought the VA would just suggest I take a break rather than suspending me. She claimed she didn't realize her reports about errors and confusion would be taken so seriously. Douglas said he'd been following Patricia's lead and hadn't fully thought through the consequences of the escalating reports. He said they'd both been worried about me overdoing it and had thought creating professional consequences would force me to slow down. Neither of them seemed to understand, or want to understand, that their actions had been about control, not concern. They'd decided I shouldn't volunteer as much, and when I wouldn't agree, they'd tried to force the issue by destroying my credibility with the organization I volunteered for. I told them both I needed significant distance while I decided whether I wanted to maintain a relationship with adult children who demonstrated they were willing to lie to third parties to manipulate my life choices. My grandchildren, Douglas's 3 kids and Patricia's 2, have reached out asking why I've been absent from family gatherings. Douglas and Patricia told them I was holding a grudge over a misunderstanding, rather than explaining that they'd filed false cognitive decline reports that got me suspended from volunteering. When one grandson asked me directly what happened, I told him the truth. He was shocked and angry at his parents, saying what they'd done was insane, and that they should be apologizing rather than minimizing. The other veterans I work with have been incredibly supportive. Several have written letters to Sandra and VA administration praising my work and expressing anger that family members had tried to sabotage my volunteer position. One 92-year-old World War II veteran I've been helping for 3 years told me, "You served your country in Korea, and you've been serving veterans ever since. Your children should be proud, not trying to stop you." He's right. I'm proud of my volunteer work. I'm good at it. The veterans I help benefit from it, and I'm going to continue doing it for as long as I'm physically and mentally capable, which, according to comprehensive medical and neuropsychological evaluations, is right now. Douglas and Patricia wanted me to stop volunteering because they thought it was too much work for someone my age. They got me temporarily suspended through lies, but they failed to actually stop me. And in the process, they permanently damaged our relationship. Some people think I should forgive them and let it go, since I'm back volunteering again. But the suspension isn't the only harm they caused. They damaged my reputation, created doubt about my capabilities, wasted organizational resources, and showed me they're willing to lie to third parties to control my life. That's not something I can easily forgive or forget. I'm 78, a Korean War veteran, volunteering at the VA 3 days a week, helping other veterans navigate the system we all served. My children tried to end that through false reports about my cognitive decline and professional incompetence. They failed. I'm still volunteering, and they're dealing with the consequences. A father who doesn't trust them and doesn't want them dictating how he spends his retirement. This is my life to live, my purpose to pursue, and my choice to make, not theirs. And I'm at peace with that, even if our relationship never recovers. My children isolated me from my late husband's family by lying to everyone for 2 years. I'm 69 years old and I lost my husband Thomas 2 years ago after 45 years of marriage. Thomas was my everything, my best friend, my partner, the love of my life. His death devastated me, but I thought I'd been handling my grief with the support of my 2 children, Elizabeth, 43, and James, 40, who'd both been very attentive since their father passed. What I didn't know was that my children had been systematically lying to me and to Thomas's family for 2 years, deliberately isolating me from my late husband's siblings, nieces, nephews, and closest friends. They'd been telling Thomas's family that I didn't want contact with them, while telling me that Thomas's family had moved on and didn't want to maintain our relationship now that Thomas was gone. I discovered the truth 3 weeks ago in the most unexpected way. I was at the grocery store when I ran into Patricia, who'd been Thomas's best friend's wife for over 30 years. Patricia and I had been close. We'd gone on couples vacations together, celebrated holidays together, been in each other's lives for decades. When Patricia saw me, she looked shocked and then angry. She said, "I can't believe you have the nerve to pretend you don't know me after what you said about Dave." I was confused. I asked what she meant. Patricia said, "Your daughter told us you blamed Dave for Thomas's death and never wanted to see any of us again. We've respected your wishes for 2 years, even though it broke Dave's heart. And now you're acting like nothing happened?" I told Patricia I'd never said anything like that I'd never blamed Dave for anything, and that I'd been hurt that she and Dave had cut off contact after Thomas died. Patricia looked stunned. She said Elizabeth had called her 6 months after Thomas's funeral to say I was struggling with anger, and had specifically said I blamed Dave, who'd been with Thomas when he had his fatal heart attack, for not saving him. We stood in that grocery store aisle for 20 minutes, unraveling 2 years of lies. Patricia told me that Elizabeth and James had contacted all of Thomas's family and close friends within months of his death, claiming I didn't want to see them, that I was angry at various people for various reasons, that I needed space from Thomas's side of the family to heal. Meanwhile, my children had been telling me that Thomas's family had their own grief to deal with, and weren't reaching out because they needed distance. When I'd ask about Thomas's brother Richard or his sister Margaret, Elizabeth would say they'd moved on with their lives, and it was healthier for everyone if we didn't force contact. I'd believed them. I'd been hurt that Thomas's family had seemingly abandoned me, but I'd accepted what my children told me and focused on grieving with my own children and grandchildren. Patricia said she'd tell Dave and Thomas's siblings what we'd discovered. She said they'd been devastated thinking I'd cut them off, especially since they'd loved Thomas so much and had considered me family for decades. I drove home in shock and immediately confronted Elizabeth, who happened to be at my house helping with yard work. When I told Elizabeth what Patricia had revealed, she didn't deny it. She admitted that she and James had contacted Thomas's family and friends to tell them I didn't want contact. When I asked why, she said they'd been protecting me from being overwhelmed and thought it was better for me to focus on my immediate family rather than maintaining relationships with Thomas's side. I asked how lying to everyone and isolating me from people I loved was protecting me. Elizabeth said that after Dad died, I'd had limited emotional energy, and they'd wanted to simplify my social obligations. She said Thomas's family would have expected me to attend gatherings, remember birthdays, maintain the same level of relationship we'd had when Thomas was alive, and that would have been too much for me while grieving. I told her that wasn't her decision to make, that Thomas's brother, sister, nieces, nephews, and our longtime friends were part of my life, part of my history with Thomas, and that being with them was a connection to my late husband, not a burden to be eliminated. Elizabeth insisted they'd been trying to help, and that I was overreacting. She said most of Thomas's family had understood that I needed distance and had respected it. I called James immediately and confronted him. He admitted he and Elizabeth had coordinated their story, contacting different people in Thomas's circle to ensure everyone got the same message, that I didn't want contact with them anymore. When I asked why they'd done this, James was more honest than Elizabeth had been. He said that after Dad died, they'd been worried about me, but also frustrated that Thomas's family kept inserting themselves into my grief. He said, every time Thomas's brother called or his sister visited, it set me back emotionally, because I'd cry about missing Thomas. I told James that crying about missing my husband of 45 years was normal grief, not something that needed to be prevented by isolating me from everyone who reminded me of him. James said they'd also been concerned about me playing grandmother to Thomas's nieces and nephews' children, when I should be focused on my own grandchildren, Elizabeth's 3 kids and James's 2. He admitted they'd wanted my time and attention dedicated to their families, not shared with Thomas's extended family. I was horrified. My children had deliberately isolated me from my late husband's entire family and our decades-long friendships because they wanted to monopolize my time and didn't want to share me with the other side of the family. Over the next week, I reached out to everyone my children had lied to. Thomas's brother Richard said Elizabeth had told him I'd said he reminded me too much of Thomas, and seeing him was too painful, so I needed him to stop calling and visiting. Thomas's sister Margaret said James had told her I felt she was trying to replace Thomas's presence in my life, and I needed space. Thomas's best friend Dave was in tears when I called him. Elizabeth had told him I blamed him for not doing more when Thomas collapsed, and that I couldn't forgive him. Dave had been carrying that guilt for 2 years, thinking I hated him for something he couldn't have prevented. Every single person my children had contacted had believed the lies, because why would they question my own children? They'd all been hurt and confused by my supposed rejection, but they'd respected what they thought were my wishes. I apologized to everyone, explained what my children had done, and told them I'd never wanted to lose contact with them. Most were understanding and relieved. A few were angry, not at me, but at Elizabeth and James, for the cruel manipulation. Within days, I was receiving calls, visits, and invitations from people who'd been part of my life with Thomas. His brother wanted to have dinner. His sister invited me to her grandson's birthday party. Dave asked if I'd like to have coffee and talk about Thomas, something we used to do regularly after Thomas died, but had stopped when Elizabeth told him to stay away. I was rebuilding the connections my children had deliberately destroyed. When I confronted Elizabeth and James together about the full extent of their lies, they both maintained they'd been trying to help me through grief and hadn't meant to hurt anyone. They said they genuinely believed I'd be better off with fewer social obligations and more focus on my immediate family. I told them they'd stolen 2 years of relationships from me, 2 years of connection to my late husband's family, 2 years of sharing memories of Thomas with people who loved him, 2 years of being Aunt Carol to Thomas's nieces and nephews and their children, relationships that had meant something to me. Elizabeth said I was being dramatic and that I could reconnect with everyone now, so what was the harm? I told her the harm was 2 years of isolation, 2 years of thinking Thomas's family had abandoned me, 2 years of Dave thinking I blamed him for Thomas's death. James admitted they'd maybe gone too far, but said they'd had good intentions. I told him good intentions don't justify lying to everyone I know and systematically isolating me from half my social connections. I asked them directly, if this was really about protecting me from being overwhelmed, why did they lie and say I was angry at specific people or blamed them for things? Why not just say I needed time alone? Why create conflicts and hurt feelings that didn't exist? Neither of them had a good answer. Because the truth was, they hadn't been protecting me. They'd been controlling who had access to me, and they'd eliminated Thomas's side of the family from my life so they didn't have to share my time and attention. I told both of them I needed distance from them while I processed what they'd done. Elizabeth cried and said I was choosing Thomas's family over your own children. I told her she'd made that choice for me when she lied to everyone for 2 years. James said they'd apologized to everyone they'd lied to, but I told them it was too late for that. The damage was done. People had spent 2 years thinking I'd rejected them, and no apology would give back that lost time. It's been 3 weeks since I discovered the lies. I've reconnected with Thomas's brother, sister, several nieces and nephews, and our longtime friends. I've been invited to family gatherings, caught up on 2 years of life events I'd missed, and met great nieces and great nephews who were born after Thomas died, but who I'd never met because my children had cut me off from that side of the family. I'm rebuilding these relationships, but there's sadness in realizing what I missed. Thomas's nephew got married last year. I wasn't invited because they thought I didn't want contact with them. His niece had a baby. I didn't know about it until 3 weeks ago because we weren't speaking. Dave's wife passed away from cancer 8 months ago. I didn't know because Elizabeth had told them I didn't want updates about their lives. I missed 2 years of these people's lives because my children decided I shouldn't be part of them. I haven't spoken to Elizabeth or James since that final confrontation. They've called and texted, but I'm not ready to engage. Several of my friends have suggested family therapy, but I'm not sure I want to repair this relationship. My children showed me that they're willing to lie extensively to control my life, and that's not something I can easily forgive. Some people think I'm overreacting. They say Elizabeth and James were grieving too and made poor choices while trying to help me. But this wasn't a single poor choice. It was 2 years of systematic lying to dozens of people. They told different lies to different people, maintained those lies over time, and actively worked to keep me isolated from half my social connections. That's not grief. That's manipulation and control. I'm 69. I've reconnected with my late husband's family and our longtime friends, and I'm discovering what I missed during 2 years of enforced isolation. Elizabeth and James are dealing with the consequences of their lies, consequences that include losing their mother's trust and possibly losing their relationship with me entirely.
Thomas's brother told me something last week that's been echoing in my mind.
He said, "Thomas loved you so much, and he loved that you were close with all of us. He'd be heartbroken knowing his own children tried to erase his family from your life after he died." He's right. Thomas would have been devastated by what Elizabeth and James did. He valued family, both sides, and he would never have wanted me isolated from the people who loved him and who loved me. My children tried to control my grief, my relationships, and my connections to my late husband's memory. They failed, but they cost me 2 years I'll never get back. I don't know if I'll forgive them. Right now, I'm focused on rebuilding what they tried to destroy and cherishing the relationships they tried to eliminate from my life. That's enough for now. My family gave away my therapy dog while I was hospitalized for surgery. I'm 72 years old, and for the past 3 years I've been training my golden retriever, Charlie, to be a certified therapy dog. Charlie and I volunteer at children's hospitals, nursing homes, and elementary schools, providing comfort to sick kids, companionship to isolated elderly patients, and helping young students practice their reading by reading aloud to a patient, non-judgmental dog. This work has been the most fulfilling part of my life since my husband, Walter, died 6 years ago. Charlie and I went through extensive training together: obedience classes, therapy dog certification courses, temperament testing, health screenings. We passed our certification 3 years ago and have been volunteering consistently ever since, visiting facilities twice a week. Charlie isn't just my therapy dog partner. He's my constant companion, my motivation to stay active and engaged, and the reason I have purpose and routine in my daily life. Training him, working with him, seeing the joy he brings to children and elderly patients has given me something meaningful to focus on during the lonely years of widowhood. My children, Lauren, 49, Richard, 46, and Melissa, 44, have always been lukewarm about my therapy dog work. Lauren thinks it's too much responsibility for someone my age to manage a large dog and a volunteer schedule. Richard has questioned whether the therapy visits are safe, given that I'm around sick people and children with behavioral challenges. Melissa has suggested I should just enjoy retirement rather than working as a volunteer. I've told them repeatedly that therapy dog work isn't a burden, it's a joy. That Charlie is well trained, the facilities we visit have strict safety protocols, and that volunteering gives my life meaning. Last month, I had surgery to repair a hernia that had been causing me pain for several months. It was elective but necessary surgery, scheduled for early recovery. My doctor said I'd need to stay in the hospital for 5 days post-surgery, then have limited physical activity for 2 weeks at home. I asked Melissa if she'd care for Charlie during my hospital stay and initial recovery. She agreed, saying she'd keep him at her house and make sure he was fed, walked, and comfortable until I was well enough to have him back. The surgery went fine. I spent 5 days in the hospital recovering, then was discharged to go home with instructions to rest and avoid heavy lifting. Richard picked me up from the hospital and drove me home. When we got to my house, I immediately asked about Charlie. Richard said Melissa would bring him over later that evening after I'd had time to settle in. But when Melissa arrived that evening, she came alone. No Charlie. I asked where my dog was. Melissa looked uncomfortable and said, "Mom, we need to talk about Charlie. We've made a decision that we think is best for everyone." She explained that while I'd been in the hospital, she, Lauren, and Richard had discussed my situation and decided that managing a large dog during my recovery would be too difficult for me. They decided Charlie needed a more active home where he wouldn't be dependent on someone who was elderly and had health issues requiring surgery. I asked what she meant by decided Charlie needed a different home. Melissa said they'd found a wonderful family through a rescue organization, a couple in their 30s with 2 young children who were thrilled to adopt a trained therapy dog. They'd given Charlie away. While I was in the hospital having surgery, my children had rehomed my certified therapy dog to strangers without my knowledge or consent. I was horrified and demanded they get Charlie back immediately. Melissa said the adoption had already been finalized. The family had signed papers, paid an adoption fee to the rescue organization, and taken Charlie home 2 days ago. She said trying to reverse the adoption now would be complicated and unfair to the family who's already bonded with him. I told Melissa that Charlie was my dog, that I'd never consented to rehoming him, and that what they'd done was theft. Melissa said that wasn't true. She'd had temporary custody of Charlie while I was hospitalized, and as his temporary guardian, she'd made the decision she thought was best for his welfare. I called Lauren immediately. She confirmed she'd been part of the decision to rehome Charlie. She said they'd all agreed that I was getting too old to manage a large, active dog, especially after surgery that would limit my mobility. She said the family who adopted Charlie had a big backyard, 2 kids for him to play with, and would continue his therapy dog work. They'd specifically wanted a trained therapy dog for their children to work with. Richard admitted he'd helped facilitate the adoption by contacting the rescue organization and arranging the placement. He said they'd tried to find the best possible home for Charlie and had been relieved when the family said they'd continue his therapy certification. All 3 of my children had conspired to give away my dog while I was hospitalized, and they genuinely believed they'd done the right thing. I contacted the rescue organization immediately. They confirmed that Melissa had surrendered a golden retriever named Charlie, claiming to be acting on behalf of his elderly owner who could no longer care for him due to health issues. The adoption had been processed, the family had completed a home visit, and Charlie was now legally their dog. I explained that I was Charlie's owner, that I'd never consented to surrendering him, and that my daughter had acted without authorization. The rescue coordinator said this was a complicated situation. Melissa had presented herself as making decisions for me during a medical crisis, and they'd had no reason to doubt her authority to surrender the dog. I asked if they could reverse the adoption. The coordinator said the adopting family had done nothing wrong, had bonded with Charlie over the past week, and had legal ownership now. Reversing the adoption would require either the family voluntarily returning Charlie or me taking legal action to prove the surrender was fraudulent. I called the adopting family directly. The wife answered, and I explained who I was, Charlie's actual owner, the person who'd trained him as a therapy dog, the person who'd had surgery while my daughter inappropriately gave him away. The wife was sympathetic but firm. She said her family had adopted Charlie legally through a reputable rescue. They'd already fallen in love with him, their children were attached to him, and they were planning to continue his therapy dog work at their daughter's school. She said she understood my situation was difficult, but that Charlie was their dog now, and they weren't giving him back. I was devastated. My certified therapy dog, my companion, my purpose, my connection to meaningful volunteer work, had been taken from me by my own children, who decided I was too old and too sick to care for him properly. I told Lauren, Richard, and Melissa I wanted nothing to do with any of them until Charlie was returned to me. Lauren said I was being unreasonable, and that I should accept that Charlie is in a good home now. Richard said I was prioritizing a dog over my own children. Melissa said she stood by her decision and that, in a few months, I'd realize they'd done the right thing. I hired an attorney to explore legal options for getting Charlie back. The attorney explained that pet ownership law is complicated. Technically, Melissa had possession of Charlie with my consent. I'd asked her to care for him. And she'd surrendered him to a rescue organization in what she claimed was my best interest during a health crisis. The adopting family had done nothing wrong and had legal ownership. Taking legal action would mean suing my own daughter for fraudulent surrender and potentially suing the adopting family to reclaim Charlie. The attorney said these cases are difficult, expensive, and traumatic for all involved, including the dog, who'd be bounced between homes during litigation. The attorney suggested mediation instead. We contacted the adopting family again, explained the situation more fully, and asked if they'd consider returning Charlie, given that his surrender had been unauthorized. The family agreed to meet with me in person. When I arrived at their home, Charlie was in the backyard. The moment he saw me, he ran over, wagging his tail frantically, jumping up with the excitement he'd always shown when I came home. He clearly remembered me and was happy to see me. The family's children were watching from the window, and I could see the fear on their faces. Fear that I was taking their new dog away. The parents and I talked for over an hour. I explained my therapy dog work with Charlie, how much he meant to me, how his companionship had given me purpose after Walter died. They explained they'd adopted Charlie specifically because they wanted a therapy dog their daughter could work with at school. She had anxiety, and Charlie's calm temperament helped her. We were both right. We both loved Charlie. We both had legitimate reasons to want him. Finally, the wife suggested a compromise. What if we shared custody? I could have Charlie during the weekdays for my therapy dog visits. They'd have him on weekends and continue his work at their daughter's school. We'd both be in Charlie's life, both continue his therapy work, both benefit from his companionship. It wasn't what I wanted. I wanted Charlie back full time, wanted him sleeping in my bed every night, wanted our old routine back. But it was better than never seeing him again. We agreed to try the shared custody arrangement for 3 months and reassess. It's been 4 months now. The shared custody is working, though it's bittersweet. I have Charlie Monday through Friday. We do our hospital and nursing home visits. He sleeps at my house. We maintain some of our old routine. The family has him weekends. He works with their daughter at school events, plays with the kids, is part of their family activities. Charlie seems happy with both families. He's getting more therapy work, more attention, more love than he'd get with just me. But I miss him desperately on weekends. I miss the full companionship we had before my children gave him away. My relationship with Lauren, Richard, and Melissa remains fractured. Lauren says I should just be grateful I get to see Charlie at all instead of losing him completely. Richard maintains they'd been trying to help me by rehoming Charlie to a family that could give him more activity than I could post-surgery. Melissa says the shared custody arrangement proves they were right, that Charlie needed more than just me. None of them have apologized for giving away my dog without permission. None have acknowledged that taking my certified therapy dog while I was hospitalized for surgery was a betrayal. The adopting family has been kind and gracious about the shared custody. They didn't have to agree to it. Charlie was legally theirs. But they recognized the bond between me and my dog and made space for me to remain in his life. My own children gave him away because they decided I was too old to manage him. And now I have to share custody with strangers because my children stole my dog. I'm 72, recovering well from surgery, and continuing my therapy dog work with Charlie when I have him during the week. Lauren, Richard, and Melissa are dealing with a mother who doesn't trust them and may never forgive them for what they took from me. Some people think I should be grateful my children cared enough to worry about me managing a dog post-surgery. But they didn't express concern. They gave away my dog without asking me, without waiting to see if I could manage, without giving me any choice. That's not care. That's control. And the cost was my full-time companionship with the dog who'd given me purpose and joy for 3 years. I have Charlie back part-time, but I lost the relationship I had with my children entirely, and I'm not sure which loss hurts more. My family sold the vintage car I'd been restoring for 8 years as a tribute to my late husband. I'm 68 years old, and for the past 8 years I've been restoring a 1967 Ford Mustang that belonged to my late husband, George. George bought that car when he was 19 years old, drove it throughout our 47-year marriage, and always said it was his first love before I met my real first love, meaning me. The car had been in our garage for decades, and George maintained it meticulously until Parkinson's disease made it impossible for him to work on it during his final years. When George died 8 years ago, I decided to restore the Mustang to pristine condition as a memorial to him. I enrolled in auto mechanics classes at the community college, joined a classic car restoration club, learned bodywork and engine repair, and slowly transformed that deteriorating vehicle back into the beautiful machine George had loved. This wasn't just hobby work. I was restoring the Mustang to museum quality because I'd arranged to donate it to the regional auto museum that specialized in classic American muscle cars. George had been a docent at that museum for 15 years before his illness, giving tours and sharing his passion for vintage automobiles. The museum director had known George well and had enthusiastically agreed to accept the restored Mustang as a permanent memorial exhibit, with George's name on a plaque explaining his history with the car and his volunteer work at the museum. I'd been documenting the entire restoration process, taking photos of every stage, keeping detailed records of parts replaced and work completed, creating a restoration portfolio that would accompany the car when it was donated. The museum planned to display the portfolio alongside the vehicle, showing visitors the love and labor that went into bringing George's beloved Mustang back to life. I was in the final stages of restoration. The engine had been rebuilt. The body was repainted in the original Wimbledon white. The interior had been reupholstered in the correct black vinyl. I was working on final detailing, chrome polishing, weather stripping replacement, getting everything perfect for the museum donation planned for this October, which would have been George's 75th birthday. My 3 children, Philip, 45, Nancy, 42, and Gordon, 39, had been aware of my restoration project, but had never shown much interest. Philip thought I was wasting time on an old car when I should be enjoying retirement. Nancy had questioned whether working in a garage with tools and chemicals was safe for someone my age. Gordon had suggested I should just sell the car, rather than spending years restoring it. I'd explained repeatedly that this wasn't about the car's value. It was about honoring George's memory and creating a lasting tribute to him at a museum he'd loved. They'd never seemed to understand. Last month, I traveled to visit my childhood friend Evelyn, who'd been diagnosed with stage 4 cancer and was in hospice care 3 states away. I'd planned to be gone for 2 weeks to spend time with Evelyn during what were likely her final days. Before leaving, I'd mentioned to my children that I'd be away, that the house would be empty, and had asked Gordon to stop by occasionally to check on things. I spent 2 difficult weeks with Evelyn, helping her settle her affairs and saying goodbye to my oldest friend. When I returned home, emotionally drained from watching Evelyn die, I went straight to the garage to check on the Mustang. Working on George's car had always been comforting when I was grieving. The garage was empty. The Mustang was gone. I immediately called Philip, thinking perhaps he'd moved the car for some reason. Philip's response was strange. He said, "Mom, we need to talk about this in person. I'm coming over." When Philip arrived an hour later, Nancy and Gordon came with him. All 3 looked nervous. I demanded to know where George's Mustang was. Philip said they'd sold it. While I'd been visiting Evelyn, they'd contacted a classic car dealer who specialized in restored vintage vehicles. They'd explained they were selling their late father's car on behalf of their elderly mother who couldn't manage the restoration anymore. The dealer had assessed the Mustang, offered $47,000 for it, significantly below what a fully restored '67 Mustang would be worth, but they'd been in a hurry, and they'd accepted. The car had been picked up 5 days ago. It was gone. I was in shock. I asked how they could possibly sell George's car, my car, without my permission. Philip said the car had been titled in both my and George's names, and after George died, they'd helped me transfer the title to just my name. Except they hadn't. They'd transferred it to Philip's name instead, giving him legal authority to sell it. I'd signed paperwork 8 years ago that Philip had said was for estate purposes after George's death. I'd trusted him and hadn't read it carefully. He'd fraudulently transferred the car's title to himself, then waited 8 years before selling it while I was out of state. Nancy explained their reasoning. They'd been concerned about me spending 8 years working on a car restoration project. They thought it was keeping me stuck in grief and preventing me from moving forward with my life after George's death. They'd decided that selling the car would free me from the restoration project and allow me to finally let go of the past. Gordon admitted they'd split the $47,000 3 ways. They each kept roughly $15,000, planning to use it for various personal expenses. When I asked if they'd considered that the car wasn't theirs to sell, Gordon said, "Dad's been dead for 8 years. It was time to move on." I told them about the museum donation, that the car had been promised as a memorial exhibit, that the museum director had been expecting it for October, that I'd been creating this tribute to honor George. Philip said they'd had no idea about the museum donation. I showed them emails and documents proving I'd been corresponding with the museum for 3 years about the donation and memorial exhibit. Nancy said even knowing about the museum plan, she still thought selling the car was the right decision because my restoration work had become an unhealthy obsession that was preventing me from living my own life. I asked about the fraudulent title transfer. Philip admitted he'd deliberately misrepresented what I was signing 8 years ago, but justified it by saying he'd been thinking ahead to a time when I might need him to handle estate matters. He'd never intended to use the title for 8 years, but when they'd decided selling the car was necessary, having it already in his name made the sale simpler. My children had committed title fraud, sold property that belonged to me, pocketed the money, and destroyed the memorial project I'd spent 8 years creating. All because they decided my grief work was taking too long, and I needed to be forced to move on. I contacted the classic car dealer who'd purchased the Mustang. They confirmed they'd bought the vehicle from Philip 5 days ago, and had already resold it to a private collector in another state for $68,000, more than the $47,000 they'd paid my children, who'd been desperate for a quick sale. The dealer said if I could prove the sale was fraudulent, they'd work with me and the new owner to potentially reverse the transaction. But it would be complicated. The new owner had purchased the car in good faith, had paid market price, and had done nothing wrong. I hired an attorney specializing in property fraud. The attorney reviewed the title transfer documents from 8 years ago and confirmed that Philip had fraudulently misrepresented what I was signing. The title transfer was invalid, which meant Philip had never had legal authority to sell the car. The attorney sent demand letters to Philip, Nancy, and Gordon, requiring them to return the $47,000 sale proceeds and to cooperate in retrieving the car from its current owner. Philip refused, saying the money had already been spent on various expenses. Nancy said even if the title transfer was fraudulent, the statute of limitations had passed. Gordon said I should just accept what happened and stop dragging the family through legal drama. My attorney filed civil suit against all 3 of them for fraud, conversion of property, and unjust enrichment. We also contacted the current owner of the Mustang, explained the situation, and asked if they'd be willing to return the car in exchange for having their purchase price refunded. The current owner was sympathetic but frustrated. They'd bought the car legally through a reputable dealer and had done nothing wrong. yet were now caught up in family fraud drama. They agreed to cooperate if the legal situation could be resolved fairly. The museum director was devastated when I explained what had happened. She'd been planning the memorial exhibit for October, had created marketing materials featuring George's story and the Mustang restoration, and had been looking forward to honoring his memory. She said if I could recover the car, the museum still wanted it, but if not, she understood the memorial exhibit would have to be canceled. It's been 3 months since my children sold George's Mustang. The legal case is proceeding slowly. My attorney is confident we'll prevail eventually, but litigation takes time. The current owner has agreed to return the car once the legal situation is clear, but that could take many more months. Meanwhile, the October memorial exhibit has been canceled. George's 75th birthday came and went without the tribute I'd planned for 8 years. The museum has a gap in their October programming where George's exhibit should have been. My children maintain they did nothing wrong. Philip says the title transfer might have been improperly explained, but wasn't fraudulent. Nancy says selling the car was an intervention to help me move past grief. Gordon says I'm destroying the family by suing them over a car. None of them have offered to return the money they pocketed from selling my property. None have apologized for ruining the memorial tribute I'd created for their father. None seem to understand, or care, that they didn't just sell a car. They sold 8 years of my labor, my tribute to George, and a planned museum exhibit honoring his memory. Some people think I should drop the lawsuit and let it go to preserve family relationships. But my children committed fraud, stole property I'd spent 8 years restoring, sold it for profit while I was visiting a dying friend, and destroyed a memorial project for their own father because they decided my grief timeline didn't meet their approval. I won't let that go. The lawsuit will continue. If I recover the car, it will go to the museum as George deserved. If I can't recover it, I'll at least ensure my children face legal consequences for what they did. I'm 68. I lost both my late husband's restored Mustang and the memorial tribute I'd created, and I'm suing my own children for fraud. They're dealing with litigation, potential financial judgments against them, and a mother who will never trust them again. They sold their father's memorial for $15,000 each and thought they were helping me. They destroyed 8 years of grief work because they decided I should have moved on faster. The relationship with Philip, Nancy, and Gordon is permanently broken. The memorial exhibit has been canceled. George's Mustang is in the possession of a stranger who bought it unknowingly from thieves. This is what happens when children decide their parents' grief is taking too long and take matters into their own hands through fraud and theft. I may never get the car back, but I'll make sure they understand what they destroyed, and I'll never forgive them for it. My family deliberately caused me to miss my theater performance after I'd rehearsed for months. I'm 71 years old, and for the past 3 years, I've been part of a community theater group. After my husband, Arthur, died 5 years ago, I needed something to fill my time and reignite my passion for life. I'd done theater in college 50 years ago and had always loved performing, so when I saw an ad for senior community theater auditions, I decided to try out. I got a small role in my first production and was hooked. Over 3 years, I've performed in 6 shows, mostly in ensemble or supporting roles. But 6 months ago, I auditioned for and was cast as the lead in our theater group's production of Driving Miss Daisy, my first starring role. I would be playing Daisy Worthen, the elderly Southern woman at the center of the story. I was thrilled and terrified. This was a demanding role with extensive dialogue, emotional range, and I'd be on stage for almost the entire 2-hour production. I threw myself into preparation, memorizing lines, working with our director on character development, attending every rehearsal. My children, Margaret, 48, Donald, 45, and Susan, 42, knew about the production. I'd told them about getting the lead role, about rehearsals, about how meaningful this was to me. They'd been politely supportive but not particularly enthusiastic. Margaret had made a few comments about how ambitious it was to take a lead role at my age. Donald had asked if I was sure I could handle the memorization required. Susan had wondered aloud whether community theater was the best use of my time. I'd brushed off their concerns. I was managing the role fine, my director was pleased with my performance, and I was loving the creative challenge. The show was scheduled for 3 weekend performances, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights. My children all said they'd attend one of the performances. I told them I'd love to have them there, but understood if their schedules didn't allow it. Thursday afternoon, the day before opening night, Margaret called. She said her daughter, Emily, 23, had been in a minor car accident. Nothing serious, no injuries, but Emily was shaken up, and Margaret was with her at her apartment across town. Margaret asked if I could come over to help comfort Emily, since they were both pretty upset. I said, of course I'd come. Emily is my granddaughter, and if she needed me after a scary experience, I'd be there. Margaret gave me Emily's address, a neighborhood about 45 minutes from my house. I drove to the address Margaret provided. It was a large apartment complex, and the building numbers were confusing. I called Margaret to clarify which unit, but her phone went to voicemail. I called Emily's number, also voicemail. I spent an hour wandering the complex trying to find the right apartment, calling both of them repeatedly. Eventually, a woman from the apartment management office asked if I needed help. I explained I was looking for my granddaughter's unit but couldn't reach her. The woman checked the complex directory. There was no one with Emily's name living there. I was at the wrong complex entirely. I called Margaret again, still voicemail. I tried the complex next door, not there either. I spent another hour driving to different apartment complexes in the area that matched the street name Margaret had given me, increasingly confused and worried. It was now 7 p.m. My curtain call was at 7:30 p.m. at a theater 30 minutes away. I called my director in a panic, explained I was lost, trying to help my granddaughter and wouldn't make it in time. My understudy went on in my place for opening night. I finally reached Margaret at 8:30 p.m. after I'd missed the entire first performance. She said, "Oh, I thought you knew. Emily wasn't actually at that apartment complex. She's at her new place across town.
I must have given you the old address by mistake."
I asked why neither she nor Emily had answered their phones for 3 hours while I'd been searching. Margaret said they'd both had their phones on silent because Emily was resting after the accident stress. Something felt wrong. I asked for Emily's current address. Margaret gave me a different location, nowhere near where I'd been searching. I drove there immediately. When I arrived, Emily answered the door looking confused. "Grandma, what are you doing here? Mom said you had a theater thing tonight." I asked about the car accident. Emily looked even more confused. "What car accident? I haven't been in any accident." That's when I understood. Margaret had lied about the car accident to get me away from the theater on opening night. There had never been an emergency. She deliberately sent me to the wrong location, given me addresses where Emily didn't live, and hadn't answered her phone while I drove around lost, all to make me miss my performance. I called Margaret immediately. When she answered, I said, "There was no car accident, was there?" Long pause. Then Margaret admitted, "No, but Mom, we needed to talk to you about this theater thing and you weren't listening." I asked what there was to talk about. Margaret said she, Donald, and Susan had been uncomfortable with me performing in a lead role at my age. They thought it was embarrassing to have their 71-year-old mother playing a major part in a community theater production where anyone could see. She said they'd tried to convince me to step down from the role, to let my understudy perform, to maybe just be involved backstage instead of performing. When I'd refused to quit, they'd decided to create a situation where I'd miss opening night, hoping that having the understudy go on would show me that the world doesn't revolve around you being on stage. I was stunned. My own children had deliberately sabotaged my opening night performance, something I'd worked toward for 6 months, because they were embarrassed by their mother performing in community theater. I asked Margaret how she could do this to me. She said, "Mom, think about it from our perspective. We have professional reputations. Our friends and colleagues could come to this play. How does it look that our mother is parading around on stage at 71 years old, playing some elderly character? It's humiliating." I told her I'd earned this role. I'd worked incredibly hard, and she'd stolen opening night from me through deliberate lies and manipulation. Margaret said I was overreacting, and that I'd have Saturday and Sunday performances. That missing one night wasn't the end of the world. But it was opening night. The night I'd been most looking forward to. The night my months of preparation would culminate in my first lead role performance. And my daughter had deliberately caused me to miss it because she was ashamed of me. I called Donald and Susan next. Both admitted they'd known about Margaret's plan to create a fake emergency on opening night. Donald said they'd agreed it was for the best, to make me miss the show. Susan said they'd hoped that missing opening night would bring me to my senses about how inappropriate it was for me to be performing at my age. All 3 of my children had conspired to sabotage my theater performance through lies about a non-existent car accident, and they felt completely justified in doing so. I performed in Saturday and Sunday nights' shows. My director and castmates were understanding about Friday's absence once I explained what had happened, though I didn't tell them the full truth about my children's deliberate sabotage. I said there had been a family miscommunication. Both performances went beautifully. I received standing ovations. Multiple audience members came up afterward to praise my performance. Our local newspaper's theater reviewer called my portrayal of Daisy moving and authentic, saying I inhabited the character with grace and emotional depth. None of my children attended either performance. Margaret said she was too busy. Donald said he didn't feel comfortable coming after our confrontation. Susan said attending would be awkward, given everything that had happened. My grandchildren attended, though. Emily came to Saturday's show and was mortified when I told her what her mother had done. She apologized profusely for being used as part of the fake emergency. 2 of my other grandchildren came to Sunday's show and gave me flowers afterward. It's been 2 months since the production. I haven't spoken to Margaret, Donald, or Susan since our phone conversations after opening night. They've reached out multiple times, but not to apologize, to continue explaining why they'd been concerned about me performing, and why making me miss opening night had been their way of trying to help. Margaret sent an email saying she understands I'm upset, but that I need to see their perspective about how my community theater involvement affects the whole family. Donald called saying he hopes we can move past this and that I'll reconsider future theater commitments. Susan texted that she loves me but thinks I should pursue hobbies that don't require public performances. None of them have acknowledged that deliberately sabotaging my opening night through lies about a car accident was wrong. None have apologized for making me drive around lost for 3 hours, for ignoring my panicked calls, for causing me to miss the performance I'd worked 6 months to prepare for. The theater group has asked me to audition for their next production. I'm considering it, though part of me is afraid my children will sabotage again if I get cast. My director told me something that's stayed with me. She said, "Theater is about showing up. For yourself, for your castmates, for your audience. Your children tried to prevent you from showing up, but you showed up anyway for the performances that mattered. That's what makes you a professional, regardless of age." She's right. I did show up for Saturday and Sunday, even though my children had tried to crush my spirit by stealing opening night from me. Some people think I should forgive my children and let it go, since I got to perform twice out of 3 nights. But they don't understand. It's not about the number of performances. It's about the deliberate cruelty of fabricating an emergency involving my granddaughter, sending me on a wild goose chase while my understudy took my place, and feeling justified in that sabotage because they're embarrassed by their 71-year-old mother performing in community theater. I'm proud of my performance in Driving Miss Daisy. I'm proud that I took on a challenging lead role at 71 and succeeded. I'm proud that I pursued something creative and meaningful, even though my children found it humiliating. They tried to take that from me. They failed, but they took opening night, and they took my trust. I'm auditioning for the next production. If I'm cast, I won't tell Margaret, Donald, or Susan. They've shown me they can't be trusted to support my creative pursuits, so they won't be part of them anymore. I'm 71. I'm an actor in community theater, and I'm not stopping because my adult children are embarrassed. They can deal with their feelings about having a performing mother. I'm going to keep pursuing the passion that brings me joy. They stole one night. They won't steal anything else, and I'm at peace with that. My family sabotaged my college graduation after I'd been working toward my degree for 40 years. I'm 73 years old, and this past May I was supposed to graduate with my bachelor's degree in English literature from the State University. I've been working toward this degree on and off for 40 years, taking 1 or 2 classes per semester while raising my children, working full-time, caring for my late husband Harold through his final illness, and managing all the responsibilities of adult life. I started college in 1961, right after high school, but dropped out after 2 years when I got married and pregnant with my first child. Harold and I agreed I'd go back someday, but someday kept getting postponed. Children, mortgages, Harold's career moves, family obligations. It wasn't until I was in my mid-50s, after our youngest graduated high school, that I finally re-enrolled to finish my degree. For the past 18 years, I've been the older student in classes full of 20-year-olds. I've written papers late at night after work, studied for exams on weekends, and slowly accumulated the credits I needed to graduate. It's been challenging and occasionally lonely, being decades older than my classmates, learning to navigate online systems and digital submissions, balancing coursework with being a grandmother and widow after Harold died 5 years ago. But it's also been incredibly fulfilling. I love literature, love discussing books and ideas, love the intellectual challenge. And I was so close. This spring semester, I was taking my final 2 required courses. If I passed both, I'd have enough credits to graduate in May. My children, Robert, 51, Diane, 49, and Thomas, 46, knew about my college journey. I'd told them over the years about classes I was taking, papers I was writing, goals I was working toward. They'd been politely supportive but never particularly engaged. Robert once asked why I was still bothering with college at my age. Diane had said my degree wouldn't really matter since I wasn't planning a new career. Thomas had joked that I'd be the oldest person at graduation. I'd brushed off their lack of enthusiasm. This degree was for me, not for career advancement or to impress anyone, but to finish something I'd started 52 years ago and to prove to myself I could do it. 3 weeks before my scheduled graduation, I received an email from the university registrar. There was a problem with my final semester enrollment. Specifically, one of my courses showed an administrative withdrawal, meaning I'd officially dropped it mid-semester. I called the registrar immediately, confused. I hadn't withdrawn from any course. I'd been attending both classes faithfully, turning in all assignments, and expected to pass both with strong grades. The registrar checked the system and confirmed. On March 15th, someone had submitted an official course withdrawal form for my Modern American Literature class, signed with my name and student ID number. I told her I'd never submitted that form. She said the withdrawal had been processed because all the required information was correct: my name, student number, course details. But I insisted I hadn't dropped the class and wanted to be re-enrolled immediately. She explained that past the withdrawal deadline, re-enrollment wasn't possible. The semester was almost over. Final exams were in 2 weeks. Even if we could prove the withdrawal was fraudulent, I couldn't complete enough work to pass a class I'd officially not been enrolled in for 6 weeks. Without that class, I was one course short of graduation requirements. I wouldn't be graduating in May. I'd have to take another class in fall semester and graduate in December at the earliest. I was devastated. Someone had deliberately sabotaged my graduation by fraudulently withdrawing me from a required course. The registrar said she'd investigate how the withdrawal was submitted. I waited anxiously for answers while processing that I wouldn't be walking at commencement after 40 years of working toward this moment. 2 days later, the registrar called back. The withdrawal form had been submitted online through the student portal, using my username and password to access my account. Someone who knew my login credentials had impersonated me to drop my course. I changed my password immediately and started trying to figure out who'd had access to my student account. I'm careful with passwords, but I'd written this one down in a notebook I keep at home, a notebook my children would have access to during their frequent visits. I called Robert first and asked directly, had he accessed my student account? Robert hesitated, then admitted he had. He'd seen my password notebook during a visit to my house, had logged into my student portal just to see how I was doing in my classes, and had found the option to withdraw from courses. When I asked why he'd withdrawn me from modern American literature, Robert said he'd been trying to help me. He'd looked at my class schedule and thought I was taking on too much with 2 challenging literature courses in the same semester at my age. He said he'd withdrawn me from one class so I'd only have to focus on one and wouldn't be overwhelmed. I told him he'd just prevented me from graduating. Robert said he didn't realize that course was required for graduation. He'd thought I was just taking it for enjoyment and could take it later if I wanted. But even if that were true, he'd had no right to access my account and make decisions about my enrollment without my knowledge or consent. I called Diane next. She admitted she'd known about Robert's plan to withdraw me from a class. She said they'd both been concerned about me taking 2 courses while also managing my health issues. I have mild arthritis, but it doesn't significantly impact my daily life. Diane said they'd thought reducing my course load would be better for me. I asked why they hadn't just talked to me about their concerns instead of secretly sabotaging my enrollment. Diane said they'd tried to suggest I slow down before, but I'd insisted on pushing forward with graduation, so they'd taken action for my own good. Thomas admitted he'd also been part of the discussion, but hadn't been directly involved in the withdrawal. He said he'd agreed with Robert and Diane that I was overdoing it with college at my age, and that withdrawing me from one class made sense to protect my health. All 3 of my children had conspired to sabotage my graduation by fraudulently withdrawing me from a required course, and they genuinely believed they'd been helping me. The university confirmed that the withdrawal had been fraudulent. Someone had accessed my account without authorization and submitted the form without my knowledge. They said they could file a formal complaint if I wanted to pursue it legally, but that still wouldn't change my enrollment status for the semester that had already ended. I asked if there was any way to still graduate in May, given the special circumstances. The registrar said university policy was clear. Students must complete all degree requirements by the end of spring semester to participate in May commencement. No exceptions, even for fraudulent withdrawals. I'd have to wait until fall semester, retake modern American literature, and graduate in December. My May graduation, the ceremony I'd been dreaming about for 40 years, was gone. My children had stolen that from me because they'd decided I was taking on too much and had chosen to make my enrollment decisions for me without asking. It's been 4 months since my children sabotaged my graduation. I'm currently enrolled in modern American literature for fall semester, retaking a class I'd already completed enough work in to pass, but which doesn't count because of the fraudulent withdrawal. I confronted Robert, Diane, and Thomas about the full impact of what they'd done. Robert maintained he'd made a mistake, but had good intentions, trying to reduce my course load. Diane said she was sorry I was upset, but still believed they'd been looking out for my well-being. Thomas said I should appreciate that they cared enough to worry about my health and academic stress. None of them seemed to understand, or want to understand, that fraudulently accessing my student account and withdrawing me from a course without my knowledge was a violation of my autonomy and a betrayal of trust, regardless of their supposed good intentions. I told all three I was furious and wouldn't be having contact with them until they could acknowledge what they'd actually done wrong. Robert said I was holding a grudge over a class I can just retake. Diane said I was choosing college over family. Thomas said I was being dramatic about one postponed graduation. None of them have apologized in any meaningful way. None have acknowledged that taking my graduation day from me after 40 years of work was cruel, regardless of why they did it. I won't be inviting any of them to my December graduation. When the registrar asked how many guest tickets I'd need for commencement, I said 4. One for each of my grandchildren who'd expressed genuine pride in my accomplishment and disappointment that their parents had sabotaged my May graduation. My oldest granddaughter told me something I keep thinking about. She said, "Grandma, you've been working toward this degree since before I was born. You never gave up, even when it was hard. And now you're proving you won't give up even after what my parents did. That's the coolest thing about you." She's right. I'm not giving up. I'm finishing modern American literature this semester. I'm passing with an A, and I'm graduating in December, regardless of what my children did to try to prevent May graduation. Some people think I should forgive Robert, Diane, and Thomas, since they claim they were trying to help. But accessing someone's student account without permission, withdrawing them from a required course without their knowledge, and causing them to miss graduation after 40 years of work isn't help, it's sabotage. I'm 73. I'm retaking a class I'd already completed because my children fraudulently withdrew me from it, and I'm graduating in December instead of May. My children are dealing with the consequences. A mother who doesn't trust them and won't share her achievement with them. I spent 40 years working toward a bachelor's degree while raising children, supporting a husband, working full-time, and managing all of life's challenges. My own children stole my graduation day because they decided I was doing too much and needed them to make my academic decisions for me. They failed to stop me from graduating. They only delayed it by 7 months. And they permanently damaged our relationship in the process. I'll be walking across that stage in December in my cap and gown, accepting my diploma, and proving that 40 years of persistence can't be undone by children who think they know better than their mother what she's capable of achieving. They're not invited. This accomplishment is mine, earned despite their sabotage, and I'm at peace with that.